the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health, allow me, because I know there's a lot of traffic of learners from different institutions awaiting back here to get into the galleries. We recognize them as soon as they come in. In the public gallery, we are recognizing Olbanata Junior School from Subukia constituency, Nakuru County. We are recognizing Lare Primary School from Joro constituency, Nakuru County. And in the speakers gallery, we are recognizing Hill School Kakamega from Lurabi constituency, Kakamega, and Lenginas Junior School from Narok South constituency, Narok County. On behalf of the House and all of us, you're welcome to observe the proceedings of the House, but the member for Lurambi, I will indulge you for 1 minute to welcome those not just from Lurambi, but all of them that are in the galleries.
Give me the mic. All right, okay. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the 13th Parliament, I wish to welcome all the learners that are here with the accompanying teachers. And also, Madam Speaker, I want to recognize Kakamega Hill School, which is a great giant academically in my constituency. This school has a great history because they began from just one single mud-walled room to where they are. In 2018, they produced the best student in Kenya. So I welcome you, Kakamega Hill School, in the big, beautiful city of Kakamega, our Singapore of Kenya. Thank you.
Very well. You're welcome, learners and teachers who are visiting us today. Department or Chairperson, Committee on Health, you have some papers. Honorable Nikal. Honorable Ward Chief is distracting you. You have some papers to lay?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 23rd June 2026. Report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of public petition number 1 of 2026 by Mr. James Cargo regarding management of hemophilia and other bleeding disorders among patients and children in the country. I beg to lay.
Very well. Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. I do not seem to see him around. That will be stepped down for later. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Nikal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to give a notice of motion on consideration of public petition number 01 of 2026 regarding management of hemophilia and other bleeding disorders among patients and children in the country. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of public petition number 1 of 2026 regarding the management of hemophilia and other bleeding disorders among patients and children in this country, laid on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 23rd of June, the year 2026.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
The first chance will go to the ones requesting statements by the honorable member for Tharaka. Honorable Murugara.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the mysterious death of a child in the Raka constituency. Honorable Speaker, Ms. Shale Gatumi Mugendi, a 3-year-old child from the Raka constituency, went missing on the 27th of April 2026. Her body was later discovered on 2nd May 2026 at Eriani village, Bukothima ward in the Raka constituency. The disappearance and subsequent death of the minor have caused anguish to her family and raised concern among the area residents. The circumstances under which the child went missing and the events leading to the discovery of her body remain unclear and require urgent investigation by the relevant security agencies. Such occurrences involving minors are rising in the country and raise serious concerns regarding the safety and protection of children, the response by security agencies to reported cases of missing children, and the capacity of investigative agencies to promptly establish the cause of death and bring perpetrators to justice. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1. The circumstances surrounding the disappearance and the subsequent death of Ms. Shale Gatumi Mugendi, including the motive and whether the deceased was a victim of child abduction. Number 2, the steps taken and investigations undertaken by the relevant agencies upon receiving the report of the missing child, and including the timelines of response, such efforts and recovery of the body. Number 3, the status of investigations into the death of the child, including whether any suspects have been arrested and questions in connection with the matter. Number 4, the measures being taken to ensure that the family of the deceased receives justice. And number 5, the measures put in place to strengthen child protection, community policing, and rapid response mechanisms in cases involving missing children. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. The Chair, Administration and Internal Security. Vice Chair, are you responding on the same?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really want to support what Honorable Collegia is raising.
You are the Vice Chair of the committee.
Yes, but the Chair is here. So today the Chair is going to respond. I just want to ride on what Honorable Collegia is raising. I think the issue of pedophile and also people preying on children is rising in Kenya. It is a matter that we must take it with very serious concern.
Thank you.
And also penalties in terms of punishment must be severe so that there is deterrence across this country. It's a new thing and it's likely to grow if we don't stem it quickly. Thank you, Honorable.
The good thing is that, Honorable Raso, you're the Vice Chair of the committee that is responsible. So you'll have the chance to prosecute. But I agree with Honorable Murugara and yourself that the issue of missing children, the issue of defilement, the issue of murder of children is rising, and it's a matter that we must, as a House, give attention to. So I would hope that Honorable Chair of Administration and Internal Security, even as you answer Honorable Murugara's, it has a broader overview of what are we going to do to deter and for the responsible to get action taken against them, to deter others who would even be thinking about it. So we hope that you can be able to respond to. Honorable Toto? Not Toto, Honorable Donya.
You are not wrong, Madam Speaker. Toto is part of the name. I also have an issue with the chair because I raised a statement about missing children. You said you are going to give me a response in 2 weeks. Today ends the 3rd week. I've not received my response, Madam Speaker. I don't know why it is taking long. And yet, when he was asked how long will Donya get the response, they said 2 weeks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the issue of when to respond to George Murugara, given the sensitivity of the matter, we'll try to get the response, even if it's preliminary on Thursday 2nd. And I know still have one of your response. And I think on the matter, which was actually well handled by the Vice, we know, and we're also getting concerned that there is a high increase of such cases. But because we may be having the minister and of course the security agencies sometime this week, we may also put as one of the issue to be really addressed and look around on how to address that issue. It's really concerning to all of us.
So we expect a preliminary response on 2nd. I think that is in order next week. Honorable Kamket, is it on the same?
Madam Speaker, while the chair responds to those matters, may I also ask him, Madam Chair, to look at the report of a missing person, a student from my constituency, who went missing 2 weeks ago from Pwane University. And the OB number I can provide to him. We've tried all we could, but we've not been able to succeed. The parents are in
Honorable Kamket,
distress.
I know you can also raise, because the chair has indicated the CS and the security agencies may be appearing, because you've not raised it on the floor officially.
I'm raising.
Liars with the chair, if you can attend even that meeting so that you also follow it up. Owen Bayer.
Thank you.
Speaker, I want to say this, Speaker. You know, when the lives of children are at stake, the future of the nation is actually also at stake. And this is something that we must do within our means and powers as Parliament and as a nation, that we must always protect the children of this country. The rising cases of children being defiled, children being killed, children being manhandled in whichever way, Honorable Speaker, must be something that should worry all of us and should worry even more security agencies, Honorable Speaker. That there are rogue guys, thugs that roam around and their target is just children, Honorable Speaker. And I think we must bring an end to this as a country. And if the security organs put their foot down and stamp their authority, we will not have we have the case in Kilifi where baby Kezia was first raped and her neck was broken and limbs dismembered. These are sick people. These are sick people. But all this comes down to how effective is our Nyumba Kumi? How effective is Wazee wa Vijiji? How effective is the system, the chiefs and the assistant chiefs? Because if these pedophiles and these people are roaming around, and yet we have security down from Nyumba Kumi going up, Honorable Speaker, then why are we having situations like this? Because this country is built, the security system in this country is built from bottom up. And we have eyes all over. Why do we get to this situation? So as Honorable Tongoyo tries to talk to some other people as I address his committee, Honorable Tongoyo, we need your attention. Murungara, allow the Honorable Tongoyo to give us his full attention. You need to put your foot down as a committee on the security apparatus. And you know, ensure that from Wazee wa Nyumba Kumi going up, the security apparatus is working. Otherwise, a lot of things are happening in this country and nobody is aware. How can we have a situation like that? So I want to
Very well, you've made your point. You've made your point, Honorable Owen, and I've indulged you because this is a topical issue. It is a matter of concern and we must do something about it as a country. Honorable Tongoyo and your team, you can hear the sentiments of members. So we expect a better report, not just on that issue, but on the overriding issue of insecurity to children in the country. Millie?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you know, all my life I've worked around issues of child protection. And I want to agree with the members that it's very concerning what is going on around the country in relation to children. And I would request the committee that when they are considering to let us know whether there's sufficient funds for the counter-trafficking victims fund, for the victim protection fund, that helps when we actually get victims. But above all, can we know whether there's also a challenge in terms of the number of officers that can deal with those cases? Because then maybe the question comes back to us as a House. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, the issue of missing, abducted, and murdered children is becoming absolutely scary, and it's something that I wish even as Parliament we could have actually dealt with it on the 16th of June, which was the Day of the African Child. It's just that I wasn't around to raise it, but the relevant committee should give us that information.
Muliungi, you'll be the first one on this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to give information to the Committee on Security because there are so many people who are missing. And last 2 weeks, in my constituency, 6 bodies were found in a mass grave and exhumed. And I made a statement here about the same. And the Security Committee was supposed to respond to me in 2 weeks. Maybe, Madam Speaker, those people who are missing could be the 6 bodies which were found in my constituency, buried in a mass grave, and they have not been identified up to date. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Chair, you have your work cut out. And there are some issues that Honorable Millie has raised, that you have a desktop kind of look for the issues, because even prosecution, the judiciary, it all ties together. If someone has been suspected of killing a child, if that does not see the conclusive end of actually being jailed or any consequences, it emboldens other perpetrators. So we need to look at it not just from the one case, but all the way to the end. What is the problem? Evidence collection. And I know every member here, if they speak, they have had a story in their constituency that touches children. So I'll give you a minute to just wrap it up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think actually you have really put it very well. And I agree that it has to be a collaboration between both the criminal and justice system. But having said this, Madam Chair, one, I want again to reaffirm that we had called the minister and the security agencies to appear before the committee. We had planned Thursday, but because of the obvious issues, the reasons, we may push it to Tuesday, if it's agreeable between the committee and the CS. But Speaker, we all know that this Parliament appropriated the 2026-27 budget, and there is about 3.9 billion 3 billion Kenya shilling to pay the village elders. And one of the big reasons is that these village elders should be able to help the police and the Gawa officers to the village level and to the household to address such big challenges like the missing and such deaths of children. So it's something that we'll be addressing. And I call upon other colleagues who probably have their question and statement not responded to. They can as well appear before the committee so that we can process the committee plenary.
Kindly make timely communication to the affected members for planning. Next statement by the member for Saboti. Are you in the House?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to request for a statement regarding the foreign scholarship awarded to Kenyan students. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the award and the distribution of foreign government scholarships to Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, over the years, the Ministry of Education has facilitated awards of a considerable number of foreign government scholarships in recent years. However, little information has been made public on how these scholarships are awarded, including the granting countries, the fields and levels of study. the number of beneficiaries, and the distribution of beneficiaries across counties and constituencies. It is important that the allocation of such opportunities is guided by fairness, transparency, and regional balance so that no county is left behind. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. Number one, a comprehensive list of all foreign scholarships awards facilitated, coordinated, or endorsed by the Ministry of Education from 2023 to date, specifying the granting countries, the fields, level, and the duration of study, the number of beneficiaries, the distribution of beneficiaries across counties and the constituencies, and the names of beneficiaries. Number two, the criteria applied in the identification, shortlisting, and selection of beneficiaries, and the measures instituted to ensure fairness, transparency, regional balance, and equality of opportunity in the process. And lastly, a report on the audits and evaluations of the scholarship allocation process, including the extent of compliance with the principles of fairness and the regional balance and the status of beneficiaries. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Education Committee, Chairperson, not in the House. Vice. Are you a member, Clive? When do we expect the statement?
We can try get that in 2 weeks.
2 weeks we'll be going for recess. Could you bring a preliminary next week?
Immediately after recess, just to be safe. Immediately after recess.
What is out of order, Millie?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. How can the honorable member purport to be giving answers relating to the government when he is in Linda Mwananchi? He has no response. He has no response from Linda Mwananchi.
Order, Millie. Honorable Millie. The Honorable Clive is a member of the committee. He has spoken as a member of the Education Committee. Honorable Caleb, first week after recess.
Madam Speaker, if it was a matter of Linda Mwananchi, probably I would have already gotten an answer.
The good thing is that you are also a part of it, I presume.
So 2 weeks is sufficient, I think.
It is enough. First week after we resume.
Yeah.
Honorable Amina. Honorable Amina Mnyazi.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy regarding frequent power outages and poor electricity infrastructure in Malindi constituency. Honorable Speaker, for several months, residents of Malindi constituency have been experiencing frequent and prolonged power outages arising from repeated failures of electricity distribution infrastructure, including collapsing power poles, faulty transformers, and delayed repair and maintenance works. The persistent power outages have disrupted economic activities, affected provision of essential services, and caused a rising case of insecurity. Furthermore, the failure of electricity infrastructure resulted in loss of lives in Maweni town in Malindi constituency. On 20th March 2026, an electricity pole fell onto the residence of Mr. Mohammed Bashir, leading to the death of his wife, Ms. Amino Hassan Gabobe, and their 4-year-old daughter, baby Samira Mohammed. This incident has raised serious concerns regarding the safety and maintenance of electricity infrastructure in the area, as well as responsiveness of responsible agencies in addressing the hazards. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy on the following. Number one, a report on the status of investigations by Kenya Power and other relevant agencies into the incident that occurred on the 20th March 2026 in Maweni town. Number two, the steps taken by the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum to compensate the family of Mr. Mohamed Bashir, including expected timelines for the compensation process. Number 3, the specific action taken to prevent similar incidents, including routine inspection, maintenance and replacement of electrical infrastructure, and enforcement of public safety measures. 4, the immediate interventions being undertaken by the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum to urgently address the recurring and prolonged power outages in the area. And lastly, the long-term plans to upgrade electricity distribution infrastructure in Malindi constituency to stabilize power supply. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. That goes to the Committee of Energy. Chair, not in the House. Mandazi, are you holding a brief?
Thank you, Chair. I would think we can, since it involves loss of life, Honorable Chair, our Speaker, we can give a preliminary report before we proceed for recess, that is next week. But Chair, then, Honorable Speaker, then allow me to give the following information to members. I sit in the Energy Committee, and Kenya Power has a charter. And normally Kenya Power at times says that we do not get information on time. I would like to give a USSD code to members, because at times there is faultiness in terms of transformers. There is a tree that has fallen and it requires an emergency or someone to give attention to that. The USSD that Kenya Power has in case of any emergency, and this be known to the public and to the members of this House, is a *977#. *977#. In case of any emergency, in case of any loss of life, and you need to reach out to Kenya Power as soon as possible. That is the USSD that Kenya Power normally gives out. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Bring a response to Honorable Amina's question next Thursday before we break for recess.
Thank you, Chair.
We will now indulge the member for Kilgoris.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't know what the Professor Jaldesa is doing there. But, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member, Honorable Zunkuli, go on. But advise the Honorable Kibagendi not to block the view. It is out of order to block the Speaker's view.
Together with
the member of the floor.
Together with Professor Jaldesa.
Professor Jaldesa, be guided. Go on, Honorable Zunkuli.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding insecurity at Angata Barikoi in Kilgoris constituency. Honorable Speaker, on or about the 20th of June and 21st of June 2026, a livestock theft incident was reported in the neighboring Kuria East constituency, where a cow was taken by individuals alleged to have originated from Angata Barikoi. The thieves were then pursued by officers from the anti-stock theft unit station, who were unable to apprehend the suspects. Following the unsuccessful pursuit, the officers instead confiscated cattle belonging to members of the local community. Unfortunately, during this operation, a confrontation arose between the residents and the police officers, resulting in the death of an officer attached to the anti-stock theft unit. Honorable Speaker, following the incident, the security officers are alleged to have subjected residents of the area to indiscriminate acts of violence and intimidation. Residents of Angata Barikoi, particularly those from Kabusa and Kaptembwet and Ngendalel villages, have been living in fear due to the violence being meted out against them by the officers. there has been indiscriminate beating up of people, looting of their property in their shops and houses, and in some cases, acts of sexual violence. There are also reports that the residents continue to be exposed to such violence, with houses being set ablaze, thereby making the matter an urgent and critical one. This raises serious concerns regarding the conduct of the security officers, particularly the apparent use of collective punishment against innocent residents, contrary to the principles of the rule of law and due process. Honorable Speaker, it is therefore against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, the circumstances surrounding livestock theft incident, the death of the anti-stock theft unit officer, and measures being taken to investigate the case and to apprehend the suspects. 2, the reasons for the alleged confiscation of livestock belonging to members of the local community, and an indication on when the livestock will be returned to the innocent residents. And 3, the measures being taken to ensure the protection of the residents, restoration of law and order, and the prevention of further violations of human rights in the affected areas. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I know this is a live matter. I will give a few members who want to ride on that statement. But before then, like I had indicated earlier, we have a lot of learners visiting with us today. Allow me to recognize in the speakers gallery today, Mogeka School from Kiharu constituency, Murang'a County. In the speakers gallery, and Angela Catholic Academy, Keses, Uasin Gishu. And in the public gallery, we have ACK All Saints Kebolonik, Mosop, constituency, Nandi County. We have Kevaini Comprehensive from Wingi West, Kitui County. And we have Ndorome School from Mwea constituency, Kirinyaga County. On behalf of this batch, I will give honorable member from Mwea 1 minute to welcome not only the Mwea learners, but all of them.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance to welcome our learners and our students in the speakers gallery, and in particular, the students from Dorome Secondary School. I urge them to work very hard and very smart on their studies and to be disciplined, because education without character, I keep saying, is nothing. I urge you to work very smart, and that one day you return to this honorable house as members of parliament so you can contribute to your constituencies. You can contribute to your constituencies positively. You are welcome, and I hope you are going to enjoy and learn something from the parliamentary proceedings. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. On this, I'll give the member for, let me give Honorable Mandazi, member for Chepalungu. On the statement, not on the schools, statement by Honorable Sunkuli.
Yeah, thank you so much. While I congratulate my colleague and senior Honorable Sunkuli for bringing out this matter through a statement, Honorable Speaker, it is very important that the current age that we're living in, livestock or people participating in stealing livestock is something that should be taken seriously. But having said so, Honorable Speaker, it is paramount as well to mention that it is wrong for police officers to use excessive force to children, to use excessive force to women. Honorable Speaker, currently as we speak, there are so many women sleeping outside at the cold. At this particular age, Honorable Speaker, there are so many children who have not gone to school for a period since this particular issue came in hand. We're not supporting criminals. Wherever a case is identified as this, Honorable Speaker, it is very important for our security apparatus to be able to identify who the criminals are. An entire community cannot be criminals, Honorable Speaker. And for this particular case, Honorable Speaker, it is so shocking to realize that the people who are supposed to be protecting
the common mwananchi are the same people who are going outside there to torch houses. It is so shameful.
You've made your point. I do not want you to debate more than that. I only gave you a chance to write on the statement request.
Yeah, as why I'm saying so, Honorable Speaker, is because there are videos circulating all over, and it's so bitter that you see women and children crying outside, Honorable Speaker. And that is why we're rising to say it is no and completely no for police officers to use excessive force on women and children. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, National Administration, I know your plate is full, but this is also an urgent issue that needs your attention.
Yeah, very true, Madam Speaker. It is an extremely very sensitive issue that needs extremely urgent attention. And Madam Speaker, it's good also to remind you that I'm a member of come from Narok County. And besides the issue of looking even at response from the ministry, I'd even taken personal interest this morning to call the county commissioner and the rest of the security agencies to really what is needed to be done. Because, Honorable Speaker, we just all remember that what happened a few months back in Angata Barikoi, which was a very unfortunate incident. And I don't want to preempt, but I want to promise the House that Thursday, this week, we are going to give a response. And I just want to call the resident of Mruadikir to be calm. I want to promise that the ministry and the security is assured. And nobody should be able to be harassed, intimidated, threatened unnecessarily. But I also call upon them to be refrained, because we all know, killing the police officers is extremely unfortunate and uncalled for as well. So, Madam Speaker,
there should definitely
Thursday afternoon,
there should be no death, whether of a resident or of a police officer.
At all.
Very well. Next Thursday, we'll then go to the statements to be responded to. The statement request by Honorable Zamzam, is she in the House? Chairperson, Administration and Internal Security, if you have the statement response for Honorable Zamzam, you will table it because she's not in the House. We are already in responses. The Administration and Internal Security, we are already in responses. You will table the response for Honorable Zamzam because she's not in the House. Then we'll have you respond to Honorable Murugara. Do you have the response?
Yeah, I will delegate my vice chair to handle that.
Honorable Rasso. The member for Emurua Dikir. I have only indulged you because you are pretty new in this house. But you were time bad because we already gave the direction. But because you are affected and you're new, I will give you a minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As concerning the matter in Angata Barikoi, I would like to urge the chair to speed up the investigation concerning that matter, because many people are suffering in Angata Barikoi. Many of them have just come out of their houses. They are moving around on the road, and we want to speed the investigation concerning that matter, and to ensure that the security apparatus does not injure the people of Emurua Dikir. They should look for the culprits who did the cattle rustlers. They should follow the cattle rustlers because they are known. The area chiefs and the administration in that area should make a follow-up and get rid of the cattle rustling in Angata Barikoi.
Very well. That is it will be an additional request to the chair. Honorable Rasso, kindly prosecute the statement for Honorable Murugara.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, The Member of Parliament for Tharaka constituency, Honorable George Murugara, requested to be apprised of the death of Mr. Shadrach Kienge Makembo. The Honorable Member particularly sought the circumstances that led to the death, the status of investigation into the death, the timeline within which the government is expected to conclude investigation. Honorable Speaker, the circumstances that led to the death of Mr. Shadrach on 9th April 2026 in Isiolo. On 9th April 2026, Mr. Anthony Njagi, an employee of Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KPLC, Isiolo branch, made an assault report at Isiolo Police Station via OB number 280904-2026. He stated that his colleague, Mr. Shadrach Kienge Makembo, had been stabbed by Mr. Sheikh Mayo Hussein while undertaking meter reading at the suspect homestead within the Chechelesi area in Isiolo County. The police rushed to the scene and found the victim had already been evacuated and taken to Isiolo County Teaching and Referral Hospital for treatment, while the prime suspect was at large. They processed and documented the scene where blood-stained sword and a scabbard were recovered and secured as exhibit. The police further proceeded to the hospital and were informed that the victim had sustained multiple stab wounds on the upper back, left side of the chest and neck, as well as bruises on the left hand. The victim was later airlifted to Nairobi for specialized treatment by flying doctors, AMRE flying doctors. Regrettably, he was pronounced dead upon landing at the Wilson Airport. On 10 April 2026, a post-mortem examination was conducted by Dr. Ndirangu, a government pathologist, who opined the cause of death to severe hemorrhage secondary to multiple stab wound. The status of investigation. Honorable Speaker, investigation were commenced by the Sub-County Criminal Investigation Officer Isiolo via inquiry file number 2/2026. The officers launched a manhunt for the prime suspect, Mr. Sheikh Mayo Hussein. When his whereabouts could not be established, a miscellaneous application was filed before Isiolo Law Courts for the issuance of a warrant of arrest on 15th April 2026. The application was granted, and Mr. Sheikh Mayo Hussein has since been circulated as a wanted person for the offense of murder, contrary to Section 202, as read together with Section 204 of the Penal Code. The timeline. Honorable Speaker, the investigation file is complete pending arrest of the known accused. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Signed by Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration. Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Very well. Murugara, are you satisfied? Follow-up questions?
Not at all, absolutely.
No follow-up questions?
I'm not satisfied at all. I have a few follow-up questions. Number one, the said gentleman, the suspect, the murderer, Sheikh Mayo Hussein, is actually very well known in Isiolo. That's number one. Number two, it is claimed, and there may be some truth in this, that he is actually under protection, both by politicians and by security agencies. The reason being, this is curious that for the last 2 months, somebody under surveillance of DCI and the police can be on the run and is not arrested. It begs many questions. Number three, it is also alleged that when he comes to Nairobi quite often, he's always here doing whatever it is he's doing. And whenever he's tracked down, it looks like he has informers in the security agencies. He is informed and he vanishes. This cannot be satisfactory. This answer itself begs one question. Will this man ever be arrested, or we are waiting to be told he could not be traced at all and that the file is closed? And lastly, is he in the country or he is out of the country? If he's in the country, I do not understand, and I cannot understand because the CID we used to know, who are now called DCI, never used to work like this. There must be a problem which the DCI and which Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen must address, because this is not the only problem where the DCI is being cited of inefficiency, lack of performing its duties timeously and in a manner that is beneficial to the people of Kenya.
Honorable Raso, we've heard the honorable members' concerns.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are Honorable Murungara loud and clear. Actually, it is not acceptable. If somebody is in Kenya and you say they are at large, this is a known individual, somebody of known abode. So for that reason, as a committee, we'll put our foot down that this individual must be brought before the law as soon as possible.
Honorable Murugara, you know, the Vice Chair has spoken for you, and that also begs the question why we also present half-baked responses from the CSs. Maybe because I've heard the committee is also meeting the CS on several issues. This should form part of it so that you get a quick response. I know they will come together with the DCI, and because the committee is agreeing with you, then you should be able to get a response. In case you do not, in that meeting, then you come back to the House.
It is very important that we be notified in time so that we appear before that panel.
Definitely.
And we hear from the DCI himself, because this is not the only matter that I'll raise with him. He seems to be not performing his job. He seems to be shielding criminals who are not supposed to be shielded.
Honorable Murugara, you've made your point. Honorable Tongoyo and team, kindly, this meeting of yours with the CS Interior and the security organs is quite critical. Alert members in good time. Let them come and prosecute their matters there. And if we don't do that, Honorable Owen, if it's not satisfactory, then we cause the CS to appear in the plenary if this does not work out. Very well. Honorable members, the statement by Honorable Kagushia, I'm told, has been agreed that it is now overtaken by events, so it shall be dropped from the order paper. On behalf of the liaison committee, Honorable Murugara, kindly make the statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a statement regarding the newly elected chairpersons and vice chairperson of committees. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2B, as read together with the Standing Order 179-14, I rise to notify the House of the following: the duly elected chairpersons and vice chairperson of specified committees. Honorable Speaker, the House will recall that on Thursday, 28th May 2026, we approved the changes to membership of various committees to ensure our newly elected colleagues were placed to serve in the committees. Upon the resolution of the House, the Clerk of the National Assembly, in the exercise of the powers conferred by Standing Order number 179-2, declared vacancies in the offices of the chairperson for the Public Investment Committee on Governance and Education, the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, and the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning, and Public Works. The clerk also subsequently declared a vacancy in the office of the Vice Chairperson to the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. Honorable Speaker, upon the conclusion of the elections, I wish to report to the House that the three committees elected their leadership as follows. Number one, Public Investment Committee on Governance and Education elected the Honorable CPA Dick Maungo Oyugi, MP, as the chairperson. Number two, the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee elected the Honorable William Kamket Kasait, CBS, MP, as the chairperson. And number three, Honorable Roman 2, Honorable Umher Aaron Mohammed, MP, as the Vice Chairperson. Number three, Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning, and the Public Works elected the Honorable Joseph Kipkosgei Tonui, MP, as chairperson. Finally, Honorable Speaker, may I take this opportunity to congratulate all the honorable members who have been elected and vested with the responsibilities of being chairpersons and vice chairperson of the three committees. I urge them to use their leadership offices to efficiently discharge the mandate of this House through their respective committees for the welfare of our people and the advancement and the prosperity of our country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the Vice Chairperson, Liaison Committee, I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Murugara. Honorable Ngogoyo.
Madam Speaker, the chair for the Committee on Public Works, and I seek your intervention, was to answer my question that the Speaker had directed that they do answer today on the issue of the building that had come down in Ngong at Olenairi area. So I want to request the chair for the Committee on Public Works, they were to give the report. They committed to do so today.
Honorable Gogoyo, I remember that conversation was on this floor. Honorable Tonui, the new chair of the committee, do you have the response? There was a commitment to bring the response because it was urgent.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm aware about that statement, and I want to request Honorable Ngogoyo to review with Madam Speaker that I give a comprehensive report during the first week of recess, after recess, first week. Comprehensive report.
Have you given a preliminary report to Honorable Ngogoyo? The chairperson.
Madam Speaker, the CS has been away, and as I stand now, he's back to the country, and they are preparing that report. So first week after recess.
The preparation of that report did not need to await for the CS, so bring it next Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
to
you.
be fair to the Honorable Ngogoyo. Next order. If you're done with the statements, yes. Next order.
Order number 8, the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable allocation of revenue raised nationally among the county governments for the 2026-2027 financial year. The responsibilities of national and county governments pursuant to such allocation and for connected purposes.
Honorable members, before we call out the next order, order number 9, there will be a reorganization of the order paper. Order number 9 and order number 10 shall be deferred. Shall be deferred from today's proceedings, so we shall proceed to order number 11.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole House.
We are on the... So we go here. Yeah, honorable members, we are in the committee of the Whole House on the Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023.
Clause 3.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there is no amendment to clause 3. I therefore put the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. There is an amendment by the chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 4 be amended as per the order paper. And the input of this amendment, Honorable Chair, is just to align the role of the county government on matters relating to the fisheries, and also further to expand the scope of the county government to include also the matters of blue economy.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Yes. Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just because this bill is pretty big and we are moving very fast, and because of the time we are supposed to actually sit and harmonize with the committee, but we didn't, I would just want to encourage the Chair in good faith where they've adopted, because there are some of my proposed amendments which have they taken in. So I just wanted to know, because I've seen generational and gender equity as the committee has taken. I don't know if they have taken the other ones. For instance, my proposed amendment by creating a subclause M, which takes care of artisanal fishers, which in Kijaluo we call the Jolupo. Have we taken care of Jolupo, Jonam?
Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, many of the proposed amendments by the Honorable Millie, we have incorporated many of them. They are like the clause 4, which she's also has an amendment. I want to agree with Honorable Millie that the committee incorporated that amendment. Yes.
So, Honorable Millie, we drop your proposed amendment to the clause in consequence thereof. Yes. Honorable members, that being the case, I now put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes, honorable members, I now put the question that clause 4 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, clause 5 be amended as per the order paper, and this is a deletion, Honorable Chair, on clause 5 of the bill, which the clause 5 was about the Fisheries Advisory Council, which, Honorable Chair, the Cabinet, some time back last year, there are some institutions under the State Department of Fisheries, Honorable Chair, which were collapsed and merged. And one among is the Fisheries Advisory Council. So we are deleting.
Yeah, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. The Honorable Makali Mulu. And maybe before you speak to the proposed amendment, Honorable Makala Mulu, may I guide Honorable Mili that if this amendment is passed, your amendment will not be proposed because there will be no provision. Okay. Yes, Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, I've listened to the Honorable Kagogo. While the deletion might be just civil, I'm just wondering, are you only deleting it because they were merged, or is it because there's no value addition? Because if there was value addition by this advisory council, then you could still have it in this, so long as it will add value to the whole process. I would want to hear, is it because it's just a merger, or you think the purposes and whatever work was expected of them will be done by the lower level?
The chairperson, you may clarify.
Honorable Chairman, the Fisheries Advisory Council was there in the previous government. And this one, because at that time, we didn't have a state department for blue economy and fisheries. It was just a department in the office of the president called the Advisory Council, which was advising the president on issues fisheries. But now, as a government, we have a ministry and also a state department in charge of blue economy and fisheries, which is now handling all those issues the Advisory Council were doing then.
Thank you, Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, of course, at the face of it, actually, an advisory council would be good because it's more permanent, and when other governments come, they may not prioritize a department. However, if you actually look at the way it was crafted, there were so many conflicting mandates. And so one has to give way. And because one has to give way, I think if the advisory council gives way, it's okay. So I agree with the committee, except, Chair, if you look at the amendments that I was proposing, the amendments were actually giving the mandate to this advisory council on issues to do with artisanal fishers. When this original bill that was actually declared unconstitutional by the court was brought, you could see the legislative thinking was for fishers in the ocean. It didn't think of inland waters or those who fish inland. And because of that, the mention of artisanal fishers is more accidental than deliberate. So I would want to encourage, if the committee would agree with me, I will be proposing later an amendment bringing apart specifically speaking to the welfare of artisanal fishers. Not necessarily the fund, but just the welfare, the rights of artisanal fishers. So if, because I agree with you to delete that, I hope you will also support me when I'm dealing with my Jolupo. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Millie, your point is made. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yeah, honorable members, let me welcome students both in the Speaker's Gallery and the public gallery to the House. Honorable members, in the Speaker's Gallery, we have Mount Carmel School from Masinga constituency in Machakos County. And in the public gallery, we have Kiangweni Academy from Gichugu constituency, Kirinyaga County. Their students, their teachers, and those accompanying them are welcome to the National Assembly to observe the proceedings.
Clauses 7, or clauses 6 and 7.
Mention.
Yes.
I don't know this material, maybe you can guide us, Honorable Chairman. Clause 5, you know it was a deletion. So you have read that it should remain part of the I don't know whether that is substantial or it's something you can just think, you know. But since it's a house of record, it's already in our records. I don't know what is the way forward?
Yeah, it is deleted. It is deleted. Yeah, it's not part of the bill by consequence of that decision. Yeah, honorable members, I propose that clauses 6 and 7 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there being no comments, I now put the question that clauses 6 and 7 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairman, clause 8 be amended as per the order paper, and this amendment, Honorable Chair, provides just a clarity of the functions of the Kenya Fisheries Service, and aligns also the roles in line with the two levels of government, the county government and the national government. And further, Honorable Chair, the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority established under clause 2 has been deleted. In line with the Cabinet Directive on reforms of the state corporation, the amendment also, Honorable Chair, seeks to align the provisions of the directive by deleting the references to the authority and subsequent transfer of marketing authority to functions to Kenya Fisheries Service.
Yes, Honorable Mili. But Honorable Mili, before you rise on a point of order, do I propose the question?
Okay.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Honorable Mili.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just wanted to seek your direction because what the committee is seeking to do is to delete clause 8 and substitute with a new clause. And Chair had proposed amendments which don't go against what they are proposing, but there were amendments to the old clause. So how do we go about it? Because I still want to retain my amendments to that 8.
Yeah, you've done well to seek clarification from the study of the corresponding amendments and the bill. If the amendment by the committee, is approved by the House, your amendment in terms of paragraph F, L, and new paragraph PA will fall. You will therefore remain only to move amendment in respect of paragraph A.
But, Mr. Speaker, the new, the paragraph PA is a new one.
Yes, it's a new one, but it is materially at par with the amendments being proposed by the chair, if you look at them keenly.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, you want to...
Yes, and I also want to ask Honorable Mili, Honorable Chair, but even what she was proposing, it's already captured under the clause 8C of our committee amendments. So it is in line with our clause 8C. Yes.
You are speaking in terms of what would remain.
Yes, what you wanted to do.
Yes. The amendment Honorable Mili is proposing in terms of A, you say will be covered under your clause C.
Yes, and it's covered.
Yes.
And we have captured as a committee.
Honorable Mili, if that is so, then it means your entire amendments will fall. I'm giving you time to just confirm, because
Chair, if you look at what C says, their proposed amendment is develop standards for the management of all fisheries and aquaculture activities and fishing-related activities within the scope of this act. And mine provides, ensure the appropriate development on standards on conservation management, sustainable use, development and protection of the fisheries resources. So mine is very specific to issues of conservation and sustainable use.
Yeah, the House will treat your part of the amendment when it comes, Honorable Mili, and I think you'll give that explanation to the House at that stage. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Millie, propose the part of your amendment that is remaining.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this is why it's good to have Suberians around. Honorable Karoli has just alerted me that the committee's F actually mirrors exactly my proposed amendment.
Yes.
The only challenge I face is that the chair, because we did get to speak, didn't realize the passion I have for artisanal fishers. They are the reason I'm in this house. So that is why I need you to mention artisanal or jolupo by word like that, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Millie, are you dropping therefore your amendments?
Chair, I'm actually, there goes Karoli again. Suberians, sharp minds. He has said, look at Q, support artisanal fisheries. So the chairman is already alert to my desire. So I drop all my amendments in that clause.
Yeah, Honorable Millie, having dropped all our amendments to clause 8, I now put the question that clause 8 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. An amendment. Yes, Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, clause 9 of the bill be amended as by the order paper. And this one, Honorable Chair, the Fish Marketing Authority established under clause 201 has been deleted in line with the Cabinet Directive on reforms of state corporations. The amendment seeks to align the provisions with the directive by deleting the reference to the authority and subsequent transfer of marketing functions to the Kenya Fisheries Service.
Yeah, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Honorable members, I put the question. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And there is an amendment by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona. MP, Honorable Millie, move your amendment.
Chair, I just wanted to find out, has the committee deleted 9, or you've just proposed amendments?
No, I can guide you, Honorable Millie. Clause 9 has not been deleted. They have only amended in terms of reading the provision of some words, which they say have been catered for.
Oh, okay, then, Chair, if that is the case, then I will drop my proposed deleting of paragraph A and B because those were conflicting with the roles of the advisory council.
Yes.
But now that the advisory council has been removed, it's no longer necessary. And then I think the others, the committee have adopted my proposed amendments.
Yes.
So because of that, I dropped my amendments.
Thank you, Honorable Millie. The amendments proposed by Honorable Millie are dropped. And that being so, Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 9 be, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Honorable members, I propose the question at clause 10. Is it only 10? That clause 10 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 10 of the bill be amended as per the order paper And the input of this amendment, Honorable Chair, is to align with the provisions of State Corporation Act on representative of the board, which includes the Attorney General or their representative. Further, Honorable Chair, the amendment seeks to provide a representation of the county governments in the board of the service, noting that the functions given to the service have a direct and indirect impact on the functions of the county government.
Made, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed. The Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Honorable Chair, I have no particular amendment on this particular clause, but I wanted to ask the Chair why they have not considered it necessary to include the ministry responsible for environmental conservation as part of the membership of the board under clause 10. Because one of the main issues about fisheries is the management of the riverine estuaries where the fish produces eggs and the younglings survive before becoming fish of the right size to be eaten. But I thought there should be some linkage between the board and the ministry responsible for environmental conservation.
Chairperson.
That interest, Honorable Chairperson, is taken care of separately by NEMA, because even the fishermen who are doing like a cage fishing, Honorable Speaker, in the lake, they must first get even a NEMA licenses. So, though there is no even harm to include, but they are taken care of separately by NEMA.
Yes, Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Chair. I support, except I'd wish to draw to seek the attention of the Chair. I think is consulted. Chair of the committee.
Honorable Bowen, I was just wondering if you could clarify why under 10.1G, the proposed, Honorable Bowen, are you listening? I know men have a challenge in multitasking. Under clause 10.1G, you said 3 other persons not being public officers with the knowledge and experience in the conservation, blah, 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 appointed by the cabinet secretary. I was wondering why you do not very specifically just say those persons should be from the, BMUs, because they play a very critical role. But just like the artisanal fishers, we are giving them very minimal mention in this bill. Is it possible that you could propose that amendment to include them in? It wouldn't add the numbers, but you would actually basically do a further amendment to include one of them being a representative of the BMUs.
Honorable Chair, I take the concerns by the Honorable Millie and the Honorable Karoli Omondi, but I want to take them to the part D of the bill, which is the interagencies monitoring, control, and surveillance unit. That is page 993 of this. And you can see the representation. The representation there, Honorable Chair, if you allow me to read, is the Director General of Fisheries, who is the chair, representative of the police, representative of the judiciary, the county government, the BMUs, the representative of the NEMA, the representative of the public health and sanitation, the representative of the defense, water, wildlife, maritime. So all those agencies are there.
Yeah, Chair, would you also read clause 10C, 10.1C of the bill before amendment? Just if Honorable Karoli could be satisfied that knowledge on matters environment is catered for.
Yes, Honorable Chair, that is part C. The 5 members, these are the membership of the board. The 5 members not being a public officers openly appointed by the Cabinet Secretary for their long-term knowledge and experience in the conservation management development. That's what you are...
Yes, and it's replaced that with specific mentions of agencies like the National Environment Management Authority. Yes, honorable members, I now put the question that clause, yes. Yes, that is Honorable Owen Bayer.
Yes, Chair. I note very interestingly that the Chair is proposing the Cabinet Secretary under 10.3, the Cabinet Secretary shall, in making appointments under subsection 1G, have regard to the principles of gender parity, age, and all that. That is under section 1G. But, Chair, if you look at the appointments in A, B, C, D, E, and even F, we have had situations where that all these principal secretaries probably come from the same gender, or probably come from the same ethnic group, or probably come from the same village. Because of the designation that they are appointed, they are already in office. So how are you going to balance that without really ensuring that we do not come to... I remember Kenya Maritime Authority at a time when they appointed like that, and all of them belonged to one tribe. All of them, from the chair, everybody. So how are you going to ensure that we don't end up with a situation like that?
Honorable Owen Bayer, I don't want that to be responded to because the response is in Article 232 of the Constitution. That is the requirement of our supreme law, that the face of the nation in terms of gender, regional, ethnic balance, integration of minorities, the youth, persons with disabilities, must be adhered to when you compose any body that is a public service body. Yes, so honorable members, permit me now, therefore, to put the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 10 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. Do you have an amendment? Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, clause 11 be amended as per the order paper. This one is just a clean-up, Honorable Chair. So it is just a draft clean-up. It's not something major.
Honorable Chair, what are you cleaning up?
If you check, Honorable Chair, we just aligning it with the provisions of drafting style and the format of the House. How normally the
thank you, Honorable Chair. The point is made. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 11 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yeah, honorable members, let me welcome visiting students from our institutions to this house. We have students in the speakers gallery. Oh, really? We have Kipsiainan Secondary from Rongai constituency, Nakuru County. And then we have Suguta Marmar School from Samburu West constituency, from the great county of Samburu. And by the way, honorable members, I'm being informed by my clerk to my right that that is his former school. Yes, Yeah, stand so that you may be recognized. One of you is to my right. And honorable members in the public gallery, we also have Toro Loquidin School from Baringo North constituency, Baringo County. And then Emitic Academy, also from Baringo North, Baringo County. All the students, their teachers, and everybody accompanying them from the institutions are welcome to this house, the National Assembly, to observe the proceedings. Yes, I want to allow, is that Honorable Makilap? To welcome all the students to the house.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The correct pronunciation is Torolokwanin.
Yes.
Boarding primary school. And Torolokwanin. Milo diamo Torolokwanin. Yes, that is a model primary school that was built through an economic stimulus for schools in northern Kenya and pastoral community. Then Minister Elmi was in charge of northern Kenya and those areas. And it is one of the best, under the leadership of Raila Amolo Odinga during the Nusumkate government. And Baba wanted everywhere in Kenya to be brought up in development. Mr. Speaker, Torolokwanin model boarding primary school is one of the best public primary schools in Baringo North constituency. Emitic Academy is the only academy, private academy, in Baringo West. Remember, Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of parliament of 2 sub-counties. So in Baringo West sub-county, Emitic Academy is the best. In public, Torokwanin is the best. And I like Samburu. Samburu, the great people, the students from Samburu, the Sukuta Marmar. You know, you have difficulties in pronouncing these things, but for us pastoralists, you know how to pronounce. It's called Sukuta Marmar, and it is in Samburu. So, Speaker, I want to congratulate these children from pastoral communities, children that could not have had an opportunity to go to school, but they have an opportunity to reach parliament. So, Speaker, these children, students from these schools, are destined for greatness. If only they work hard and become disciplined, they will find themselves in this house sometime in the future if they work very hard. Mr. Speaker, I wish them success. The director, Manager Suban for Emitic, and Mr. Joel Kilanga, the head teacher of Torokwanin, and the good friends of mine from Samburu, Sukuta Marmar. All the best as you go back home. Go and work hard. No more strikes in Kenya. No more indiscipline in Kenya. It is Kenya Students for Peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makilap. It would be remiss if I didn't allow the MP for Samburu County to also welcome all the students to the National Assembly.
I was really raising my hand so that I can also get a chance to welcome all the students, and particularly students from Samburu County, Sukuta Marmar Primary School. Mr. Speaker, you know they have traveled so many hours to be here to come and see the proceedings and also to see Kenya, because there are so many things that are not in Samburu, but they are here in Nairobi. So I want to take this chance to welcome them here, plus all the other students to come and see the proceedings of this house. And also I want to encourage them to work hard. We are here today representing them, but tomorrow we expect them to be here. Sukuta Marmar is one of the best public schools in Samburu, which is a very well-performing school, which has a very high population. So I want to welcome them, plus their teachers, those who have accompanied them to this house to see the proceedings, and also wish them success in their trip in all the other places that they visit in when they are still here in Nairobi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome all the students. Thank you.
Well, it is beautiful to have all the students within the National Assembly, especially on a day a former student or pupil in one of the schools is guiding the chairperson of the House in terms of how to proceed with the committee of the whole House process. You are welcome to the House to observe the proceedings. Yeah, we'll go back to main business.
Clause 12.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. It's an amendment. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 12 be amended as per the order paper, and this amendment, Honorable Chair, is just to correct a cross-referencing error and align the grammar in the provisions. Like we are deleting the word chair and putting chairperson.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 12 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 13 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 13 be amended as per the order paper, and this amendment seeks to align the drafting style and format of the House, Honorable Chair, by subsequently providing a schedule on the conduct of business by the affairs of the board.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 13 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 14 be amended as per the order paper, and the amendment seeks to enable the persons who have a management experience in the private institutions to be also qualified to be appointed as a Director General, and also to comply with the Chapter 6 of our Constitution.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 14 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority established under clause 201 has been deleted in line with the cabinet directives on the reforms of state corporations, and the amendment seeks to align the provisions of, with the directive by deleting the referencing to the authority and also subsequent transfer of marketing functions to the Kenya Fisheries Service.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 15 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, clause 16 of the bill be amended as per the order paper, and this one is amending to correct a cross-referencing error where we are referring a first schedule instead of second schedule, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 16 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 16 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Millie, you have an amendment to clause 16.
Yes.
Yes.
Chair, I propose that 16 be amended as per the order paper, and Chair, what I'm seeking to do is that the body is given a mandate to provide for a staff superannuation scheme to determine service to the employees of the service. And I'm saying as per the Constitution, it should be in consultation with the Salaries and Remuneration Commission.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 16 be further amended as proposed by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I want to plead with the Honorable Millie Odhiambo to drop this amendment because to me it amounts to over-legislation because already our Constitution provides that matters to do with salaries, we must consult with the Salaries and the Remuneration Commission. So it's already provided.
Honorable Millie makes good sense.
Chair, it also makes good sense to provide even when it's already there, because even the Bible tells us, remind them even when they know. That's why we are also providing for gender, youth, they're all in the Constitution. It doesn't take away, it only strengthens.
Honorable
So
Charles,
I would actually then encourage the chair to support it.
Honorable Charles Ngusia.
Chair, there is nothing wrong like over legislating. I sit in one of the audit committees and sometimes the CEOs end up doing a lot of errors. So I think what Millie has proposed is very important. We include it here. It doesn't cause any harm or danger, including it, Chair. So I support Millie's amendments.
Yeah, honorable members, I now put the question at clause 16 be further amended as proposed by Honorable Millie. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question at clause 16 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
Honorable members, I propose the question at clause 17 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, proposed that clause 17 be amended as per the order paper. And this one, Honorable Chair, the fisheries being a default function, the amendment seeks to provide an appointment of authorized officers, both at the national and county level, appointed by the Cabinet Secretary and the county CEC in charge of fisheries, respectively.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question at clause 17 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 17 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 18 be part of the bill.
Honorable
Chairperson.
Chair, yes, Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 18 be amended as per the order paper. And this one, Honorable Chair, the position of an honorary fisheries officers are unnecessary and no such officers have been appointed since the enactment of the Act. And it's the proposal to delete this provision. It was, this is a provision, Honorable Chair, that they needed to provide an honorary fisheries officers, which to us, so it is not necessary.
Yeah, honorable members, I propose the question at clause 18 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of the same opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. You see, what it means is that that clause is wholly deleted. And so you don't need to put the final question. Next.
Clause 19.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. Committee chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 19 be amended as per the order paper, and this one is a clean-up, Honorable Chair, with the drafting standards, and further to amend the Amendment 6 to align the title of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act with the new CAP number issued under CAP 4D.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed.
It's on monitoring, control, and surveillance.
Chair. Could you give the chairperson the mic just to clarify? Honorable Charles Ngusia, you are not yet recognized. Let the chairperson make the clarification, or you want to inform Honorable Millie?
Honorable Chairperson, I'm saying a cleanup because it uses the initials MSC.
MCS.
MCS, which is, we are just saying a cleanup because we are providing it to making it a full monitoring, control, and surveillance unit. Yeah.
Yeah, that being so, and with that clarification, I now put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 19 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 20 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chairperson, clause 20 be amended as per the order paper. And this one, Honorable Chairperson, section 8, subsection 1J of the Kenya Coast Guard Service Act, Cap 200, provides that the service shall be deployed in our territorial waters, including the protection of maritime resources, including fisheries. Further, section 9, subsection 2B, gives the Kenya Coast Guard Service the power to stop, enter, board, or inspect, or search any structure, a place, a vessel, or aircraft engaged in or suspected to be engaged in unlawful activity. In this regard, Honorable Chair, the Amendment 6 to include the interagencies in the monitoring, control, and surveillance as a representative of Kenya Coast Guard Service in order to enhance the protection given in the Kenya fisheries waters and fishers by inclusion of the service. We are just including the Kenya Coast Guards into the monitoring and control surveillance.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 20 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. Is that an amendment? The committee chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 21 be amended as by the order paper, and the amendment seeks to align the title of the Public Finance Management Act with the new CAP number issued, which is CAP 412A.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 21 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question. You want to make a comment? Yes, Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the navigation space in this house is a challenge. Mr. Speaker, especially for people with my endowment. My Adiamboes. Mr. Speaker, sorry, Chair. I wanted your direction, and I thank the committee for adopting actually my proposed amendments in clause 21. However, I need your direction on how I can then do a further amendment to my amendment. Because I propose amendments which they've adopted, but I have a proposed amendment which I'm allowed as a mover to do, which procedurally I'm allowed as a mover to do.
Yes.
But having adopted theirs, now how do I do it? Because I wanted to include the issue which we learned from Ghana last week in the International 11 Ocean Conference, that what we are struggling with in, what I was actually struggling with, and I'm glad that I found it is in the BBJN treaty, which is establishment of standards for ensuring equitable access to fisheries resources, including navigation space, fishing space, and access to other resources. Chair, maybe I can explain this. This is a very critical issue that has emerged since this act was passed, the repealed act. Mr. Speaker, when we are coming with that law, we didn't actually have issues of cage farming. Now we have cage farming, and I'm sure you know it because you also come from a fishing community. But because cage farming has drawn so much interest, what's happening is now even navigation space is becoming a challenge for other users, transport users. And because of that, for those of us who represent, I represent 7 islands, habitable islands. Sometimes when you're moving from island to island, you get late. When you are coming in the night, because the boats don't use light, the coxswain uses their memory to navigate. But because you have all these cages all over, many times you almost hit a cage. So we need spacing for cages, but also, Honorable Karoli, I request that you allow the chair to listen to this. I showed actually the CS and the PS, the relevant PS last week, that a hotel proprietor...
Honorable Millie, you are making quite some sense.
Yes.
I hear you to say that the chairperson has moved amendments which incorporate what were your proposed amendments
But
in terms of what is in the other.
Yes, but I need
Yes.
to do a further amendment.
Now,
so how do I go
what
about
I would
it?
guide is that you draft the text of the amendment you propose as further amendment. I will grant you leave to
Thank
do
you.
so.
Thank you.
And you engage the chair as we proceed to consider the amendments he has proposed.
Thank you.
Do we have any members seeking to contribute to the amendments proposed by the chair?
Chair.
There being none, honorable members, I therefore proceed to put the question that clause 21 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Millie, I'm not putting the final question because I want to hear you on your proposed further amendment.
Yes, Chair. In my proposed further amendments, I was actually explaining that one of the challenges that we now face, a hotel proprietor from Suba North, Kalitu Kaseu, she actually told me...
Why don't you start by moving
okay.
the amendment
Chair,
in the text?
Let me move the amendment that we add the words. We delete in the committee's proposed amendment, which is similar to mine. You provide the establishment of standards for ensuring equitable access to fisheries resources, including navigation space, fishing space, then you delete the word and, access to other resources, and a 7 nautical mile space for cage. Maybe for cages, the legal drafter can help with that. At 12, let me see if I'd written somewhere here.
Yes, Honorable Mili, in terms of procedure, I'm looking at our standing orders 133, sub-order 10.
Yes, Chair,
and
actually-
because of the handicap there,
I have the words. I have the words in my computer. I'll write.
I want to guide that noting the provisions of standing order number 133, particularly sub-standing order 10, we put the final question, you can recommit. You can recommit this so that we have the text prior to its being moved, instead of having to halt all the proceedings. Yes.
Yeah, my understanding of procedure is that any amendment that is done must be in writing. So what I would request the Honorable Mili is that we recommit, then you do the text properly in writing, and then when we are done, we go back to it and adopt it. And I think that would be neater.
Yeah. In fact, the guidance Honorable Owen is giving is the guidance the chairperson is giving from where I sit. That instead of halting all proceedings as we wait for the text to be drawn and approved, then present it to the desk. I may grant you leave to move it if it is ready. Could you consult? This being the committee of the whole house, I will allow that consultation. Do you have students on the speakers gallery? Yes, honorable members, permit me to interrupt in the proceedings to welcome a number of schools and institutions visiting the National Assembly to observe the proceedings. In the Speaker's Gallery, we have Moi Girls Isinya from Kajiado East Constituency, Kajiado County. Also in the Speaker's Gallery, Suguta Consolata School from Samburu West Constituency, Samburu County. In the Speaker's Gallery, we have Aldai Girls School from Aldai Constituency, Uasin Gishu County. And then we have Mboru Comprehensive School, Mwingi Central, Kitui County. All the visiting students, their teachers, and guardians are welcome to the National Assembly to observe the proceedings. You've come to the House when we are undertaking what is called Committee of the Whole House, which I know you study in your schools. At the Committee of the Whole House, we go through a proposed law called a bill, word by word, paragraph by paragraph, punctuation by punctuation, and make amendments so that the ultimate bill is in consonance with public interest, with the law, and is clean in terms of text and the intention of the law. I know you've been taught in your schools that the lawmaking processes go through first reading, second reading, committee of the whole house, then third reading, and it ends there. We are in the committee of the whole house, after which we'll go to third reading. The first reading is about notification to the public and to the members that a bill will be coming up for consideration soon. In the second reading, we do general debate on a bill. At the committee of the whole, we now comb the law to ensure that it is in the text and everything is right about what it goes if it were to be passed at the third stage. So all the schools are indeed welcome to the House to observe proceedings. Honorable Mili will now have the mic to move her amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I propose a further amendment to the Chair's amendment to clause 21. Which part of clause 21? The new paragraph immediately after paragraph J, establishment of standards for ensuring equitable access to fisheries resources, including navigation space, fishing space, access to other resources, including. Now my computer is disappearing. including the establishment of an inshore exclusive zone. We have agreed with the chair of the committee because I wanted to provide for nautical miles, but the committee has requested that they be given time to determine what nautical miles are appropriate. So that's my proposal, so that even when you are doing cage farming, it does not encroach on other businesses, so that hotel business, tourism is not interfered with. Let cage farming be much further offshore to other
Honorable
businesses.
Millie, are you dealing with cage farming here in the ocean or in inland waters?
I'm giving that as an example. That's why we are not putting nautical
I'm
miles,
asking that question, Honorable Millie, because as you remember, the chairperson of the Committee of the Whole is an expert on law of the sea.
Yes.
An exclusive economic zone
Yes.
is part of the sea area, not internal waters, but sea areas to which a state is entitled to going up to 200 nautical miles into the sea.
Chair.
So if you are intending it for Lake Victoria, Lake Turkana, and others, exclusive economic zone would
No,
not be the
Chair,
right
I'm
word to
actually
use.
not talking of exclusive. I know you are an expert.
Yes.
I'm not talking of an exclusive economic zone. The fisheries sector keeps evolving. And we were just last week in Mombasa, and under the BBJ Treaty, and other, which is actually under agreement, which has actually come up under the law of the Sea Convention, they establish what is called an inshore exclusive zone. It's not exclusive economic zone. It's an inshore exclusive zone.
Okay.
That is separate from the economic zone.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 21 be amended further as proposed by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo. The Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I want to understand this a little more because when the Honorable Millie Odhiambo talked of the 7 nautical miles, and given the way our lake particularly is, there are parts, for example, the Gulf of Asembo Bay, that if you have such limitations, then there can be no cage fishing at all. And so bearing that in mind, I would worry about any provision that comes to numbers in terms of nautical miles. Secondly, just as you pointed out, and I think I agree with Honorable Millie, we must have a way of regulating cage fishing in a way that they coexist, but not in a way that disables it completely. And I'm worried that if we go the way of those provisions of how much space, there are places, therefore, that cage fishing will have to be restricted completely. So I wanted to hear from the chair a little more of what now the chair was saying they've agreed on, a phraseology that does not in its entirety disable the possibility of cage fishing in narrower parts of the lake.
The Honorable Ruth Odinga, Member of Parliament for Kisumu.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Mine also is to concur a bit with what my colleague, Honorable Tienda Mola said. Because when we are talking about the nautical miles, with this narrow gulf that we have, it might not be possible. But secondly, when we are talking about that, we should also look at the idea that some of the fish caging, the areas that you are saying we must move to, we might have problems because of the lack of space, which causes the oxygen to be not there in these areas. So we need to look at this very keenly because we are sitting on a gulf. We are not sitting in the lake, which is like the Uganda side, which has got so much space that you can go further like 7 nautical miles. I thought that the list was 5 nautical miles that we could do. But if we now say we are not even doing 5 nautical miles up to 7, we might get to have a problem. I think we need to look at this thing more keenly before and have some more research done on it. Thank you.
Yes, for all clarity, members, 7 nautical miles is about 13 kilometers. It's actually 12.9, around 12.94 kilometers. So what Honorable Mill in terms of consequence is proposing is that there will be no cage fishing from the shore deep up to nearly 13 kilometers, which I don't know the stretch of our gap from bay to bay, if you consider Lake Victoria in particular, will permit. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. On this discussion, I would want to know clearly, are we just talking about the lakes, or whatever the amendment passed here will also apply to the seas and oceans? Because if it is extended there, then the scenario changes completely, where we are having oil tankers and major ships and all yachts going through, and you are pushing those cages there. So this amendment, is it for lakes, or is supposed to apply to all water bodies? Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Owen Bayer before Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Honorable Chair, I want to say this. You see, this amendment, if passed, may hinder caging in a place which is very popular for caging, like the Mida Creek. The Mida Creek is not even 10 kilometers. It's around 7 kilometers. And a lot of fish caging is done there. So if we put that clause here, Honorable Chair, then we are saying we should not do caging. In rivers, for example, most of our rivers are not more than, like the Galana River, where fish caging happens, especially for prawns and all that, is around 6 kilometers, where our caging is taking place. So if we put that restriction in the law, then you are outlawing caging in those areas. So I think Honorable Millie needs to drop that amendment, and we go by what is available.
Now, Honorable Millie Odhiambo will have the last bite. Before I
Thank
put
you.
the question.
Thank you, Chair. I encourage members to listen carefully. We have actually consulted with the Chair. And what we have agreed, because of those concerns you are saying, I wanted to put nautical miles, but even the legal draft has advised that if we put nautical miles, they vary between lakes and ocean. So we cannot put, like for instance, Ghana has put 12 nautical miles, but it's for the ocean. I was actually advised that for the lake area, you put around 6. But you see, we need to also prove which one. I was actually sending the Coast Guards, literally to go and survey and give. But because we don't have that answer yet, we are actually just saying, establishing the principle that we need the inshore exclusive zone. That is the main aim for it, is to protect artisanal, small-scale, and recreational fishing. The ordinary mama mboga of the lake, that's the one we are protecting. But we are not providing for the nautical miles, which should then come by regulation. So that's what I'm suggesting, that we set the principle, but then we will have then to define what inshore exclusive zone is. So when we come to to clause 2, we will define what an inshore exclusive zone, not by defining it by nautical miles, but by saying that it is, say, a preferential access area, depending on the river, the lake, or the ocean, that will be determined by regulation.
Thank you, Honorable Millie. Honorable members, I hope you understand the clarity. Honorable Millie is proposing a deletion of the following words to the clause. Deletion of the words "and 7 nautical miles" for cage fishing immediately after the words "resources," and inserting the words "establishment of an inshore exclusive economic zone." Yes, inshore exclusive zone at the end there, without specifying the distance. And she's saying that will now be defined when we go back to clause 2. Honorable members, with that clarification, I now put the question at clause, yes.
What are we looking at? Clause 21?
Yes.
As amended by the chair?
Yes.
Or clause as amended by Millie? Which one are we looking at?
Now, Honorable Millie is proposing a further amendment to clause 21 as previously amended by the chairperson of the relevant committee.
So can we circulate that amendment so that we do not make a mistake on our understanding from our verbatim?
Do you want me to require Honorable Millie to read the amendment again?
No, sir, we also look at the text.
Yeah, Honorable Millie, for the comfort of Honorable and and for his convenience, please read the amendment again so that I put the question.
Establishment of standards for ensuring equitable access to fisheries resources, including navigation space, fishing space, access to other resources, including an inshore exclusive zone. Period.
It's clear and makes sense now. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 21 be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 21 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 22 and 23.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 22 and 23 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there being no amendments, I put the question that clauses 22 and 23 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 24 be amended as per the order paper, and the amendment seeks to align the title of the Public Audit Act with the new cap number issued, which that is a cap number 412B.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 24 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 25 be amended as per the order paper, and that this amendment seeks to correct a cross-referencing error, Honorable Chair, where we are referring to sub 26(2), sub-article 2 instead of 24 sub-article 2.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed. The Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, Senior Counsel.
Chairman, I just want a clarification and confirmation from the chair that there was proper consideration of this clause 25. When it prescribes the period as 4 months after the close of the fiscal year, did the committee consider the consistency within the period of audit? Because I believe that the period of audit is usually, is it within 3 months? And this one is reading 4 months. Just some clarity.
Honorable Chairperson.
A minute, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson is permitted to make necessary consultations. So accountability is a national value and principle of governance. And audit is part of it. The Honorable Charles Ngusia, you want to speak to the proposed amendment or the clause?
Just to add my voice, and I concur in totality with what my colleague has said. Actually, it is 3 months across. So I think we need to align this with the other agencies so that we can actually be on the same page. So, Chair, I support what Honorable Otiende Amolo has suggested. Is 3 months.
Honorable Chairperson of the relevant committee, would you give us your consideration?
Honorable Chair, I've consulted, and it is true it should be 3 months instead of 4.
Yeah, so you want to
Yeah, I will do
Move the amendment in amended form.
in an amended form, Honorable Chair,
Please
so that
do.
instead of 3 months, instead of 4 months, it is 3 months.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, I think I'll propose it again, that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the relevant committee. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the relevant committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 25 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes.
Clause 26.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. The chairperson of the relevant committee.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 26 be amended as per the order paper, and the amendment aligns with the provisions of the establishment of Fish Levy Development Fund, which has a similar objects as Fisheries Research and Development Fund. The Fisheries Research and Development Fund is yet to be established, Honorable Chair, since the enactment of the Fisheries Management and Development Act 2016, hence the proposal to delete the provisions and transfer its purpose to the Development Fund.
Yeah, before I propose the question for debate, let me guide that if this amendment is carried forth, the amendment proposed by the Honorable Millie shall collapse. And so I now proceed to propose the question that clause 26 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. The Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you do notice that I agree with the Chair in principle that it may not be necessary maybe to run the two funds because they are fairly similar. However, my proposed amendment was to include as part of the things that the fund should do was to support artisanal fishers. And Chair, I would want to request if the Chair would be agreeable, because I'm proposing a fund to support artisanal fishers, because a lot of times, our local people don't have money even to purchase boats. It's actually the investors who come from outside the country who own boats. So if we actually want to move to Singapore, we can only move to Singapore if our people actually facilitate. Secondly, Chair, a lot of times they get accidents in the lake. Even now, in one of my beaches called Litare Beach, today we are doing a fundraiser to bury 2 people who drowned at that beach. But normally it's their business as the people of those beaches to deal with that. So I'm requesting if the Chair could then adopt, because I've looked at his amendment, it does not carry forward mine, which is that the fund should also support artisanal fishers. So that it doesn't just have an ocean approach. We are small as a lake, but we are also a lake. We are waters. Please consider our artisanal fishers as well.
Chairperson, for the benefit of the House, would you elaborate further why you are proposing the total deletion of clause 26, which establishes the Fisheries Research and Development Fund?
Honorable Chair, because if you check the next, which is clause 27, that is where we are now establishing the fund, which is actually we are restructuring the existing fund, Honorable Chair, which is a Fish Levy Trust Fund, and we are restructuring in this new bill to Fish Levy Development Fund. So which, Honorable Chair, is going to take care of all, including the addition of fishers, which are Honorable Mele. If you check on on the regulation, Honorable Chair, because these collections, when after collections, there is a way, even the regulation, how it is divided between the national government and the county government. And when it goes even to the government, Honorable Chair, this is where even including the BMUs, those management and also those small fisheries, Honorable Chair will benefit from this fund.
Yes, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Chair, I wish to plead with the chairman. Chair, I'm also an expert in mainstreaming issues of marginalized groups, including women, including marginalized communities. And in the blue economy, the fisher folk of the lake are actually a marginalized community. They are being treated as a footnote. When you take them to regulations, they are a footnote. As a lawyer, I know the import of having an issue mentioned on the main bill. Can you kindly just add taking care of artisanal fishers on the main one, so then I can drop my proposed fund, which I know you are not very happy with. Because I'd want us to have a fund for artisanal fishers to help our poor fishermen. And so that we know that they are taken care of, that you put just support artisanal fishers.
Yes, the Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Honorable Chair, I would like to support Honorable Millie Odhiambo on this issue. I've looked carefully at the proposed, we have not reached there, but I've looked at the use of the funds to be collected under the proposed Fish Levy Trust Fund. And if you read all of them, there is no provision capturing what she's saying, which is making available credit facilities to artisanal fishermen, isn't it? For purposes of buying boats, fishing nets, or even training themselves. So that is missing. I think we need a clause there. Even to buttress what she's saying, we also need a clause dealing with issues of, we normally have tragedies happening in the lake. People dying, drowning, emergency rescue, ambulances, all those kind of things. I think we should cover them somewhere here. So I just want to support what Honorable Millie is saying and urge the chairman that we need to expand the use of the levy proceeds. And I hope they will not be securitized going forward.
Yeah, what I heard, Honorable Karoli, what I heard the chairperson of the relevant committee say, in terms of explanation, was that he is proposing the deletion of clause 26 because it duplicates what is proposed in clause 27. As I was hearing him to be saying, we should delete clause 26 and any concerns like the ones Honorable Millie is raising be taken thereafter to clause 27. Did I hear you correctly, Chair?
That is, Honorable Chair, that's why I've even consulted with Honorable Millie that now, including the additional people to benefit from this fund under 27, which I'm going to move now a further amendment in consultation with the Honorable Millie so that we can include them in this fund.
The Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo.
I am okay with that because I was going to speak to it, but we need to agree on the terminology. You know, the initial amendments by Honorable Millie refer to artisanal fisheries. People have referred to artisanal fisher folk. There's artisanal fishing. So let's just, yes, and fishers. Let's just settle and then insert it. I think the place for it would be this clause 27.3. And I agree that we need to mention them. We can work around having regulations in terms of how it works, but unless it's mentioned, it will not cover the artisanal.
But Honorable Amolo, I want to remind the members that the chairperson of the relevant committee is a pastoralist, not a fisherman. The Honorable Dr. Ruth Odinga, the MP for Kisumu County.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I wanted just to agree with what Honorable Millie said on artisanal. But I don't know whether the artisanal folk or artisanal, whatever they are calling it, also includes the women, youth, and people with disabilities under that artisanal. And if we can be very clear that they are included, because those are the people I represent, and I would like to know if artisanal also, actually that clause of artisanal includes them. Secondly, I would like to inform my chair that BMUs at the beach management units are actually still very informal. They've not been formalized, and we need to do something about them. By saying that they're part of this, I don't think is correct, because BMUs are still one of the people that we need to strengthen.
Yeah, so Honorable, I think we are agreed, Honorable members, in principle, that we can make a decision with respect to the amendment proposed by the chair as we seek to enrich clause 27. Can I put the question now? Yes, the Honorable Owen Bayer.
You know, Honorable the Chair, my views are important because I come from among fisher folk. I'm not a fisherman, but I come among fisher folk because my village is surrounded by fishermen. But I want to say this. Much as I agree with what Millie is saying, that we include artisanal fisher folk, or fishers, let's just use the fishers, in the law. And it's important that we just actually deliberately do that. With a deliberate move, we do that. But also, I am tempted to think, as we move to 27, that can they be exempted from paying the artisanal fishers? Because I have gone to part 1 and I've read who is an artisanal fishing means small-scale traditional fisheries that may be carried out for subsistence. And I want to end there, for subsistence. Then when we are coming to levies, then this person also must pay the levies. So we are giving with the left hand and taking away with the right hand. Can we deliberately exempt artisanal fishers from paying the levy?
The Honorable Owen Bayer, you are bringing a dimension which I believe Honorable Millie and Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo will be considering as we go to 27. Yes. And I think it is a debate for clause 27. Allow me, therefore, Honorable members, to put the question that clause 26 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Because the consequence of that amendment is deletion, I'm not putting the question that that clause be part of the bill. Next. Honorable members, again, let me interrupt the proceedings to welcome students from a number of institutions to the National Assembly. The students are both in the Speaker's Gallery and the Public Gallery. In the Speaker's Gallery, we have Father Kun Academy from Chesumei constituency, Nandi County, and Jagor Primary School from Marakwet East constituency, Elgeyo Marakwet County. In the Public Gallery, we have Mwihoko Comprehensive School from Ruiru constituency, Kiambu County. And then we have Fellison's School from Kapseret constituency in Gishu County. Students from those institutions, their teachers and those accompanying them are welcome to the National Assembly to observe the proceedings on this day that the chairperson, in respect of the bill we are considering, is a member of parliament, actually the member of parliament from Marakwet West, the Honorable Kangogo Bowen. We are in the committee of the whole house. It is a flexible stage at which we read a proposed law word for word, punctuation by punctuation, paragraph by paragraph, and we correct it before we go to the third reading.
Clause 27.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. The chairperson, the Honorable Kangogo Bowen, will move his amendment.
Honorable Chair, clause 27 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this amendment restructures the fish levy trust fund into a fish levy development fund, and further provides a manner in which the levy will be distributed for the purpose of accountability, including the purpose of research, innovation, and blue economy, and fisheries by the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Institute, that is a KEMFRI, Honorable Chair, and provision of the monitoring and surveillance. And Honorable Chair, in consultation with the members, I'm going to move a further amendments on the same clause 27, which is the purpose of the fund, Honorable Chair, to include on, that is number 3, the purpose of the fund. Number B, provides a funding for activities geared towards the management, governance, development, fish stock assessment, research, capacity building, awards, and urgent mitigation to ensure sustainability of fisheries resources, and also additional fishing, Honorable Chair, and further to clause 27, number C, to amend the percentage from 20 to 10%. Honorable Chair, that 10% is to additional fishing programs, including the credit facilities and the emergency interventions. So that Honorable Chair now takes care of all what the Honorable Member is talking about, the additional visual folks, Honorable Chair, and so that now they are included in this fund, Honorable Chair. And the Honorable Chair, as I move, I want to, yes, even Caroli is a two-term now. Yes, so Honorable Chair, as I move, Honorable Chair, I also want to welcome to Court Primary School from my constituency, Honorable Chair. It is the best school in Elgeyo-Marakwet County, Honorable Chair, and if the ranking of primary schools were to be done today, Honorable Chair, I'm very sure the school would be #1 countrywide. This is a school, Honorable Chair, last year took about almost the entire grade 9 to national school. So congratulations and welcome to Parliament. I think I'll see them later because I'm now too busy with this, with the bill.
Yeah, today, the Honorable Kangogo, you cannot leave the house until we are done with the bill. Otherwise, the business of the house will come to a stop. But it's great you come from the same place as the students we have welcomed. Yes, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the relevant committee. The Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wish to strongly support. Indeed, Chair, you have seen where Honorable Karoli Omondi is seated. He almost jumped saying two-term because of the provision that has been made for artisanal fishers and even by providing percentages. Chair, this now I can see that the spirit of better is actually now being grounded. In Atoka bottom, oh sorry, I'm supposed to speak one language. It comes from the bottom going up so that our fishermen can also have resources that can help them in terms of difficulties, in terms of challenges. If it were not that the president was from your backyard, I would have said Honorable Kagongo for president because of this provision. But because, no, 2032, we will fight it out with you. But you have brought a very good amendment, and I support fully. Thank you.
The Honorable Kasim Tandasa.
Thank you, Chair. One, from the committee, I support the amendment by my chairman. But I would want to add a rider here when it will come to the definition of an artisanal fisherman. Remember, it is in this house that we initially had provided funds for marginalized area, and then all of a sudden, every area became marginalized, benefiting from the same funds. There was a time we had the issue of equalization fund, meant for particular counties, and now every county is benefiting from the equalization fund. So my problem with the definition, I'm worried that you'll come a point whereby even those with big boats and the who also benefit, pretending to be artisanal fishers. So the issue of definition, who will be the artisanal fisher, who will benefit? We have those subsistence fishermen in the lakes, in the oceans, and we know them. But I'm worried about that definition, Chair. Thank you.
The Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo is recognized.
Thank you. Chair, first, I fully support this amendment and the further amendment. And I want to put my colleagues' mind to rest that fortunately, so far, the bill defines artisanal fishing, and it also defines artisanal fishing vessel. And this definition, I think, will be quite helpful. Chairman, we say that we want to jointly get to Singapore on our way to Canaan. But what will take us there is this artisanal fishing, artisanal mining, those small-scale things that Kenyans do. That is what will collectively, take us forward, as opposed to the big companies, the foreign companies, that then come and exploit our resources, but they don't go to Singapore, Canaan, they go back where they've come from. For us, we want to get to Canaan through Singapore, and this is the way. Thank you.
The Honorable Mishi Mboko.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niunge mkono mageuzi haya ambayo yamewekwa katika mswada huu, kwa sababu itawasaidia wakulima wetu wa uvuvi ili waweze kuwa na rasilimali ambazo zitawasaidia kukidhi zile changamoto walizonazo, na wao waweze kuboresha kilimo hichi cha uvuvi, kwa sababu tunajua wavuvi wetu wachanga, wadogo wadogo, wana matatizo mengi sana na hawawezi kufikia kilimo cha kibiashara cha uvuvi kama hawatapata rasilimali kama hizi. Lakini pia niunge maneno ya Mheshimiwa Tandaza ya kwamba lazima tuzingatie hawa wanaopata faida hii ni wale wachanga wadogo, na isije ikuwa tunazidi kuwaboresha wale ambao tayari wamepata utajiri mkubwa sana kupitia kilimo hichi cha uvuvi. Kwa hivyo naunga mkono sana, nikiwa natoka kule pwani ambapo tuna bahari na tuna wavuvi. Asante sana.
Yeah, the Honorable Harry Kombi.
Asante mwenyekiti, hata nami nipate nafasi ya kuunga mkono marekebisho ambayo yamefanywa kwa mswada huu. Hakika hazina ambayo imebuniwa ni hazina ambayo itawafaidi hata wale wadogo, lakini cha kusisitiza sana ni hawa wadogo ni kina nani, ikaweze kuwekwa wazi ili kwamba kusije wengine wakaja wakaingizwa hapo ndani kama ilivyokuwa na hiyo hazina nyingine ya equalization. Hapa Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kusisitiza tu ya kwamba hazina hii ikaweze kuwafikia hata wale watu wadogo, wale wavuvi wa chini. Hapo tutakuwa tunaweza kuinua maisha ya jamii. Asante mwenyekiti.
The Honorable Farah Malim, Deputy Speaker Emeritus. The Honorable Owen Bayer.
To clean up a few things here, which I have noticed. If you go to the amendment on page number 1560 of the order paper, 1560, are we there? It says, the levy collected under subsection 12 shall be apportioned as follows. But this 12 refers to 12 of 26, which we have deleted. So in other words, we are talking about a fund which has not been established. So I think you need some clearing up.
No, because we have deleted 26 entirely, isn't it?
The Honorable, when the clause you are speaking about is at clause 27.
Yes.
Is it?
Yes. So if you look at 13.
Clause 27, 13.
Yes. The levy collected under subsection 12 shall be apportioned as follows. So the cabinet
After the constitution itself was passed, it was now said that even the mountain region was marginalized. So in a sense, you water down a very good, noble idea to bring a section of the country that was left behind for over 70 years up to speed with the rest of the country. But now you watered it down. In which case, the emphasis now is for the whole country. The former RFD is probably getting less than 20% of what's called the equalization fund. Now we have another one here. And I'm sure we are looking at specific parts of the country that are supposed to gain from that.
No. This is a specific category of Kenyans called those engaged in artisanal.
But is that universal in the whole country?
Yeah.
Or artisanal fishing vessels.
It is the kind of fishing as defined, Honorable Farah, in clause 2 of the bill. But your point is made.
I don't want to get into, look, let's see. The two areas that we know, the two lakes that we know. Because that really, you need to help people who have used traditional methods of fishing for the longest. Lake Victoria and the coast of this country. And the idea is, and those economies, both economies, have been left behind right from the time we got independence. If you're going to bring a very good bill here right now, which is supposed to address the very bottom of that, and those artisanal people who cannot use, and now then you make it the whole country, it's going to become like the equalization fund.
Honorable Farah, your point is made, and the chairperson.
Now, how do we then make sure that doesn't happen?
The chairperson.
How do we make sure that somebody, and I'll be very blunt now, how do you make sure somebody who is a coffee farmer or a tea farmer or a livestock farmer like myself would say that, okay, I also have my big pond in my own backyard there, and I have to benefit from this. You get my point? And the idea was to take care of the areas that essentially have a historical disposition towards that artisanal, what do you call fishing, for them to have what you call a positive discrimination in the allocation of those resources. Otherwise, you might think that it's such a good thing for the people of Migori and Homa Bay, but I can assure you, depending on the kind of government we have that time, that definition will change, and it's going to benefit the whole country, and in the end, you will end up with nothing out of it.
Honorable members, the Honorable Farah has made his point. And the point I hear is that we consider such provisions when we deal with those other matters like equalization fund. And this being the committee of the All House Honorable members, let me now put the question. That clause 27 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the relevant committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 27 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there being no amendment, I now put the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. The chairperson of the relevant committee to move amendment.
Honorable Chair, clause 29 of the bill be amended as per the order paper. And this one, basically, Honorable Chair, is to enhance the role of the Director General of Kenya Fisheries Service in development of fisheries measures, and also some small cleanup, Honorable Chair, like using the word promote and we instead of saying promoting. So there is some cleanup and also some enhancement of the role of the DG.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed. The Honorable Irene Mayak is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just want to support this particular clause, especially to do with the modern alternative means of fishing, because, Honorable Chair, I believe that this is very important, that we go this direction, because other countries have done that as well, and it will promote productivity for the fishermen. The only concern for Honorable Milli's favorite people, the Jolupo, is that they will be trained on how to use these modern methods of fishing. I know they're fast learners, so once they're taught, then they'll be able to adopt it quickly. So I support the amendment. Thank you.
Honorable Millie, I'll give you a chance because once or if this amendment is carried, your proposals for amendments will fall.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wish to support the proposed amendment by the Chair because it's actually carried the proposed amendments that Honorable Irene Mayaka says correctly deals with my favorite, Jolupo, and it actually talks about enabling them to also adopt modern alternative methods of livelihoods, and also enables them to have equitable access to fisheries resources and equal access for them and industrial fishers, so that we don't have industrial fisheries or fishers promoted much more than you have the artisanal fishers. We are hoping, as we have said, to reach Kenya through Singapore, and we can only do it if we carry the people who are struggling at the bottom. So I support the Chair.
Yes, the Honorable Kasim Tandasa.
Thank you, Chair. I've been sitting here and I've heard a word like 3, 4, 5 times called the Jolupo. Does it form part of the Hansard, or can it be properly be defined so that we know what it is? Otherwise, we could be supporting or opposing something which we are not sure what it is.
Honorable Kasim Tandasa, that word has been used by learned friends in the House, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, the Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, the Honorable Karoli Omondi, and I noted by proximity the Honorable Dr. Ruth Odinga. It is a Latin legal phrase which means fishermen. Yes, so it can be used. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 29 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of the opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. The chairperson of the relevant committee to move amendment.
Honorable Chair, clause 30 be amended as per the order paper, and we are introducing a clause, Honorable Chair, that the Director General shall notify by cassette notice Kenyans any international agreements and conservations and management measures in which Kenya is party to the act. So this one is just to enhance the role of the Director General, Honorable Speaker, on international agreements on fisheries.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 30 of the bill be amended as proposed. The Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Chair, I wish to support that proposal. If you actually look at it, you see it's, the committee has actually adopted my amendments. And I want to thank the chairman of the committee. I think the attitude of this committee is very good, because we were not able to get into a harmonization process. What they did is they looked at my own amendments, adopted them. It enables us to move very quickly. But I also want to thank, we really thank the legal drafters when they do excellent work. Lynette, who is a legal drafter, has done excellent work in this work. She was even calling me at 1 a.m. in regard to this bill. And I just want to say she's done a really good job. Even when I was struggling with the drafting, because we are so busy sometimes, she's given me excellent drafting words.
And I thank you, Honorable Millie, for recognizing the good work of that legal draft. I worked with her in the Committee on Delegated Legislation and Justice and Legal Affairs before, and I know the kind of dexterity she goes into when drafting a bill. What is out of order, Honorable Irene Mayaka?
Honorable Chair, you know when Honorable Millie says Lynette, there are very many Lynettes who are councillors in this country, who are legal counsel. She needs to specify so that the accolades can go to the right person. It is very important.
Honorable Mayaka, I'm seeing only one Lynette who is a legal drafter within the chambers. She is Lynette Otieno. Yes, she is Lynette Otieno, the non-MP you are seeing behind the chairperson. Yes, Honorable Chair, honorable members, if this amendment is carried, the amendment proposed by Millie will fall because it is already incorporated and taken aboard the proposed committee members' amendments. Honorable members, I now therefore put the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 30 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 31 and 32.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 31 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there being no amendments, it is 31 and 32. Did I mention both?
Clauses 31 and 32.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 31 and 32 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there being no amendments, I put the question that clauses 31 and 32 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, permit me to welcome students from a number of institutions visiting the National Assembly in both the Speaker's Gallery and the Public Gallery. In the Speaker's Gallery, we have Njuri High School from Chuka, Ingamangombe constituency, Tharaka Nithi County. In the public gallery, we have MCK Bishop Mtamburi School from Imenti Central, Meru County. We also have Red Rose Primary School from Kibra constituency, Nairobi City County. And we have Chania High School from Watate constituency in Taita Taveta County. The students, their teachers and guardians are welcome to the National Assembly to observe the proceedings. You are in the house when we are transacting what you are taught as Committee of the Whole House. At the Committee of the Whole House, we read a bill word by word, punctuation by punctuation, paragraph by paragraph, and if there are amendments required to be made, they are made, provided that all those amendments are agreed to by the members. And the decision of members is when a question is put, and they vote either way. You are welcome to observe proceedings, and we wish you well on your learning tour.
Clause 33.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. The chairperson will move amendments.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 33 be amended as per the order paper, and the Honorable Chair, the substantive bill reads, each county may develop their fisheries management plans. What we are saying shall. And this one, Honorable Chair, is to ensure sustainable management of fisheries resources, and the county governments should be empowered to establish their respective fisheries plans. This process can be aligned with the national objective while adhering to the constitution provisions under Article 6 of Article 2, Article 186 and Article 189, which emphasizes on the cooperation between the national and the county governments, and the amendment also makes it mandatory for the counties to develop their management plans.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, yes, the Honorable Kasim Tandasa.
Thank you, Chair. This, I think the wording may, from my understanding, was meant to apply to those counties which have fishermen or have fisher folk. They have lakes, they have the ocean, but when you say each county shall, will this mean that even a county, and I know there are counties where they don't have fishing at all, must also come up with their management plans?
The Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, Senior Counsel.
Chairman, I would support this amendment for two reasons. Oftentimes, and especially when it comes to county government, whenever you give them a discretion, that discretion is used in omission, because most counties want to allocate their monies for certain things, for reasons that most of us know. But secondly, my understanding of shall here, what is required of each county is to develop fisheries management measures. The extent that you do it will now depend on the level of fisheries participation. But surely there is not a single county in this country that does not have some form of fishing at whatever level. And therefore, I think the shall here does not compel you to do it in a major way, the way perhaps Mombasa or Kisumu County or Homa Bay would do it, but you'll do it because you have to do it, commensurate to the level of participation. I support it.
The chairperson.
Yes, I want to inform my member, the Honorable Kasim Tandasa, Honorable Chair, that if you go to counties which were traditionally not fishing counties like Kirinyaga, Nyeri, Kiambu, including even where we come from, the pastoralist areas, the aquaculture now is the main thing in those counties, which were traditional, they were not fishermen. So we are saying that the counties, they need to come up with their own development plans in also aligning with the national law, which we are doing it this afternoon, Honorables.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The point is made. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, allow me to put the question that clause 33 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 34 be amended as per the order paper, and this is just correcting a cross-referencing error, Honorable Chair, which we are referring number 39 instead of 38.
Yes, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed by the committee chairperson. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The Honorable Millie, you have an amendment. Please move it.
Chair, I wish to drop my amendment that having looked at it again, I realize that what it seeks is to encourage the counties to take recommendations made by the Director General. At first, actually, when I looked at it, it looked like it was compelling them, which would go against evolution. But it doesn't, it just says it to take into consideration. When you take in consideration, you may take or leave. So it's okay. I'll drop it.
Yes, with the amendment proposed by Honorable Millie having been dropped, honorable members, I now put the question at clause 34 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. The chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 35 be amended as per the order paper. And Honorable Chair, under the Article 62, sub-article 3 of our Constitution, all rivers, lakes, and other water bodies, the terrestrial sea, the exclusive economic zones, and the seabed all constitutes a public land that vests and is held by the national government. And as such, Honorable Chair, where the management plans conflict with the respect of those resources, the national government shall prevail. Additionally, under the article...
What is out of order, Honorable Millie? Or we
Thank you, Chair. I just need your direction. I'm proposing a deletion. Wouldn't that mean that my proposal then takes precedence? But having said that, Chair, I just wanted your direction that when I propose a deletion, then my proposal should take precedent. But having said that, and knowing that the committee is actually proposing a tribunal and other measures of conflict resolution, I wish to say that I'm dropping my amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let us, in terms of procedure, allow the chairperson to move his amendment first.
So I was saying, Honorable Chair, where there is a conflict in respect of these resources, the national government should prevail. And additionally, under the Article 191, sub-article 3B, and 191.3, sub-article C, sub-article 6, the national government laws should prevail in this instance. So that is the input of that amendment, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I put the... Yes, Honorable Millie. Honorable Millie, the consequence of that amendment and following what you said is
yes,
that...
I just wanted to say for record that I have a proposed new clause 35A. I'm not dropping that one. Just for record.
Yes, but...
under the new clauses,
but
yes.
your
Just for
amendment,
record. Yeah.
Your amendment at
The
clause
other amendment
35
I have dropped.
is withdrawn.
Yes, yes.
Yes. So, honorable members, I now put the question at clause 35, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 36 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
This one, Honorable Chair, and one of my good friend, the Honorable Ruth Odinga, to listen to this because it was about a BMUs. Honorable Chairperson, the amendment provides for a clarity in the establishment of the beach management units in the respective county governments and further makes provisions, regulations to provide for remunerations of the members of BMUs and the conflict management of inter and intra-county BMUs. It further provides for the Cabinet Secretary to make regulations on BMUs in consultation with the Council of County Governors, noting the BMUs primarily operate within the county governments.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 37 be amended as proposed. No, clause 36 be amended as proposed. For clarity, let me repeat. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed. The Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Is that the Honorable Farah Malim? Please approach the chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wish to support this proposed amendment and thank the committee yet again for adopting my proposed amendments. That therefore means that my proposed amendments will fall. Chair, if you see the major import of this is one to give strength to beach management units, as the Chair had said. And I love your integrity, Chair. This is one thing that is very commonly lost nowadays in this House. Sometimes you talk to certain chairs, they tell you, or they say that we have agreed on this, and you come and find a totally different thing. So I want to thank you for your integrity. And Chair, what this part says is it protects women and children, and also in the beach management unit, it also protects persons with disabilities and seeks inclusion of persons with disabilities and local communities. And Chair, the reason why we are talking about local communities is that you find that the way the BMUs are structured, a lot of the people who come to BMUs are from all over the country. I have people who come from northern Kenya who also fish in my constituency. But the people who are locals don't live in the beach because they have homes. So sometimes when you are doing elections and all that, they are not included. And that sometimes creates conflicts. So we want to deliberately include also the local communities or local villages in the BMU so that they are part and parcel of the BMUs. Chair, the other thing that I would want to request the chair of the committee to consider further amending, which I'd put in my amendment, but I saw you did a further amendment, is a record of members and residents of the beach management unit showing the national identification numbers or other officially recognized form of identification. If you can kindly remove the word for foreigners. Because once people are in a BMU, they are not foreigners, they become locals. When you use the word foreigners in my constituency, it has a negative connotation. So if you can remove it. But the reason why we need identification, Chair, is you find that we have had cases like which were being recorded here earlier. A person in one beach management unit kills another resident. And once they kill the resident, they disappear. When they are being looked for, you are told the name is one boy. Now the whole country you are looking for one boy. Who is one boy in the whole country? But if you have the identification, so that the identification tells you this person comes from either Siaya, Kochia, Sugoi, or whatever the place they come from, then we can relate, we can go back to their area chiefs to look for them when they have murdered. Because some people, Chair, have formed the habit of moving from beach to beach, committing crimes. Some of them sexually abuse children. Some of them kill widows. Some of them, they do all manner of horrendous things. And they spoil the name of fishermen. So the reason we want that identification is not so that we identify foreigners, no. We want it so that we know who is in the BMU for purposes of accountabilities. A lot of the chairmen of BMUs have told us that when they try to do it without law or regulation, some people resist. But as I've said, when somebody murders, we can't identify them with the name Bobby or Boy or One Boy. No, we need your name. Thomas Onyango, Wycliffe Otieno, what is your name? Which home do you come from? What's your ID? Who is your chief?
Yeah, Honorable.
And the Chair, sorry, one other thing I want to add. Recently, even in one of the islands, the Ringiti Island, some of the people come there and live and die at 95 years. And when they die, nobody knows where they come from because they become local. So one of them we recently took back to Lilian Gogo's constituency. My own office had to go looking and to discover. Then they say, oh, this person, we actually thought he had died. Because nobody knows. Some of the fishermen, once they go for life. So what we need to know is when you come there, who are you? But for purposes of, in case of any tragedy, we know where to take you back to.
Yes, and Honorable Millie, the information I wanted to give you is that your concern appears to be addressed in clause 41, or could be addressed there. Yes.
If they could remove, I was saying I'm actually okay with the amendments as proposed. I'm only encouraging that they remove the word for foreigners because it has a negative connotation. In my constituency, it is called Welo. We don't have Welo. Once you are in my constituency, you are a member of my constituency. We don't have foreigners. We have residents of Suba North.
Before I give, because I've seen the Honorable, before you give Honorable...
You have no power to give anybody the mic.
To inform Honorable Millie Odhiambo, Honorable Chair, the word foreigner here, maybe we can use foreign nationals. Because, Honorable Chair, there is some areas where we have some kind of NGOs who are supporting these small artisanal fishermen. And sometimes they are co-opted because they help them. They are not actually Kenyans, though they have a Kenyan, they have documents to live Kenyan, but they are foreign nationals. So if we have those kind of people who are supporting small community projects like that one, that is what we mean here. So maybe we can say foreign nationals.
Honorable Chair, do we use foreign nationals or non-citizens?
Or maybe we use a non-citizen, but we are referring to, the terminology is Honorable Chair, but we are referring to those NGOs. There are some NGOs who are not actually Kenyans, and they are supporting small-scale fishermen.
The Honorable Owen Baya.
I want to congratulate the chair for finally formalizing BMUs. It's been a teething issue, and I want to congratulate you for that. And very many BMU members and many fisher folk will be very happy about BMUs. Having said that, Chair, on the issue that is being raised on the foreign nationals, and I don't know, Chair, you came to my constituency and you saw how fiery my people are, the fisher folk there. And actually, I want to say this, Chair, if you allow me. I have BMU members who will be BMU members in this BMU. They will go to Lamu. They'll also become members of a BMU there. They will go to Malindi and will actually become the chair of the BMU there. So, therefore, they do not give the right to members within that fisher folk community to take leadership of the BMUs. They actually try, he's the chair here, he's the chair there, he's the chair there, he's the chair there. So at the end of the day, the local communities do not get an opportunity to actually take up leadership. That is one. Secondly, Chair, we need to cure the issue of foreigners, the way, I don't know which foreigners, what he means there. Because, for example, in my constituency, are very many fishermen that come from Tanzania, that come from other parts of the world. And they come there and they operate within the BMUs. And because they have nothing else to do apart from fishing, they actually take over the leadership. And when you ask, but this guy, where does he come from? This guy, where does he come from? You actually taken in circles. For example, I have cases where people come say they have come from Lamu, but they operate in Darakasa, in Watamu. But when you follow them up, they're actually from Somalia. You know, so we have to find a way, even when we have a problem with this word nationals, foreigners, we need to find a way to actually ensure that the leadership of BMUs is actually by locals. The last point, I want to congratulate the chair on the issue of remuneration of BMU members. But then, the question I have, as we congratulate you, who will be paid, the executive or all BMU members? Because you say provide the cabinet, the CC member will provide for remuneration of BMU members, if I get you right. The question I have is who gets remunerated in terms of BMU members? The leadership. But I think then you need to infuse something that actually makes that special group so that it is leadership. I thank you.
Yes, the Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would like to request for some indulgence from the Honorable Chair so that he could explain to us whether here, because I'm struggling with the bill and I cannot see certain provisions with respect to county governments vis-a-vis the BMUs. One of the biggest problems or challenges you face when you go to these beach management areas is one of open defecation. In other words, no sanitation services, no toilets. And since the county governments, and this is a clause where I'm seeing the county government engaging with the beach management units for the welfare of the people living around a beach area, I think we need to have a clause that obligates the county government to make sure those areas have proper sanitation. They have emergency services in case there's a fire or there's something, health facilities, and early childhood education facilities. Because they are collecting money from these people. And I think the county government must ensure that in each beach, there's a school, ECD school, there's a health facility, a small clinic there. We have boats that can rescue people if fisherfolk capsize in the lake, and that there are toilets, because it is the NGCDF that has been building these toilets for the BMUs. And the county governments are collecting the money and not offering any services. So I think we should create an obligation here for county governments to provide sanitation facilities, emergency services, health facilities, and early childhood learning facilities. Honorable Chair, are you with us?
I'm with you fully. Honorable Karoli, and I wanted to request the Honorable Karoli to read clause 36 in the bill together with the amendment. The matter being debated before I give Honorable Ruth Odinga is in respect of what is proposed as clause 36 C3G, which reads, a record of members and residents of the beach management unit showing the national identification numbers, or rather officially recognized form of identification for foreigners. And so the issue was, do we use the word foreigners or which other word in the context of the contestation Honorable Mili was bringing? And the chair has proposed that perhaps for clarity we replace foreigners with non-citizens. That is the debate going on. The Honorable Ruth Odinga will have her chance, then Honorable Farah, then Honorable Mili. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, the Honorable Kasim Tandasa.
Thank you, Chair. I have a point of order on what Honorable Carola said. In my capacity as the Vice Chair, I don't think it's in order to say CDF does the toilets for beach management units. Otherwise, now we bring in a whole other discussion when it comes to the issue of CDF. In my capacity as the Vice Chair. That was my point of order.
In fact, that one is well noted. the NGCDF is for national government functions, not functions falling within the county.
We already indicated in 33 Honorable Speaker that each county shall develop their own fisheries management measures, including conservations and everything. That is why, that is where Karoli is asking, where are the role of the county government? So when we say they are going to develop their own fisheries management plans, it includes their conservations and all what the Honorable is.
Honorable Karoli, if you look at clause 36 as it currently stands in the bill, at subclause 2B and C, could they include issues like provision of facilities of the type you're concerned
Chair,
about?
Respectfully, I don't think they do. Because one deals with fisheries management. Fisheries management is just fisheries management. It is fishing, it is protecting the estuaries, it is processing the fish. It has nothing to do with sanitation, health facilities.
No, I mean subclause 2.
Under 2.
C, B, C, and D in terms of the regulation making authority being given there.
Under B, it is just remuneration of the members of the beach management unit.
No, B is minimum standards.
Am I reading something different?
For the basic management of units. For the beach management units, C is standards to be adhered to by the beach management units in improving levies and charges. D is such other standards.
Yeah, but this, we are not talking about standards, we are talking about facilities. Yeah, we are talking about facilities, Honorable Chair.
Yes, the Honorable Ruth Odinga.
Thank you, Speaker, for considering minorities like us. It seems that there's a lot of argument just coming from around the majority in Parliament. Now, thank you so much. I want to thank you for the beach management unit. The beach management unit is actually one of the biggest issues that we have. They run the beaches, they're the prefects of the beaches. And normally they're not recognized, they've not been remunerated. They're people who just do work like as if it's voluntary, and therefore they can't formally issue anything in the beach. Most of them are also just manned by men. The beach management units do not have women in most of them. As in the lake, you know, 100% or 90% has just been mostly fisher folk, and the fisher folk are always men. So the beach management units are also that way. So I hope that when we are going to also have the management, we'll have it more inclusive and have the women. The reason why I'm saying this is that even when the women were having issues on unfairness in the beaches, especially if you know what we have. I don't know about any other area, but like in Kisumu and the beaches around Siaya and Nyanza, we had what we call no sex for fish. And sex for fish meant that the women had to batter them. There's that issue of battering. That's why I was so keen on what do you mean by when we talk about the clause on batter. Because battering meant that you give your body to be able to get the fish from the fishermen. Now we are trying to fight that thing of no sex for fish. And even if the women go to the beach management unit, folks, they're only the men, and they also support this issue of fish for sex. Now, I think that once you start doing this arrangement with the beach, them being formal, they can also be engaged so that you can know who they are and formally even charge them or even make them responsible for whatever they are doing. So for me, I'm thanking you for bringing that clause in, and that's even supporting even the women and the youth so that women can go further. And the chairman is including the speaker. I'm giving out about 8 boats to women in the lakes region of Kisumu, and I hope to invite you to come and support me so that I can stop those sex for fish in Kisumu County. Asante.
Honorable members, do I now put the question? Okay. May I then? Yes, I'll give Honorable Farah, but Honorable Chair, Honorable members, I wanted to request that we make progress. And when we have comments on clause 36, let us look at what is the text of the clause and what is the proposed amendment, because we are making very good comments, but away from what the clause is speaking about. Honorable Farah.
Chair, I'm just wondering, why do we have foreigners? Why do we need foreigners to manage our beaches? Why do you have to have foreigners in the beach management units? There's no need. I mean, the honorable deputy majority leader said that there are no Somalis from Somalia who are doing fishing. Once you have seen, must have come from
The
Garissa.
chairperson, this
Garissa.
question is directed at you.
So, you can't discriminate them on account of the fact that they're Somalis. No. So we should not have foreigners. Why do you want your beaches to be run by foreigners?
Yes,
In any
Chairperson.
case, the foreigner needs to have a residence permit or a work permit and all those ones. Would he be given a residence permit because he is a member of the beach management unit? No, I haven't finished, Mary. Can you just give me time? Would the immigration be giving somebody residence or even or a work permit because he's a member of the beach management unit in somewhere in Migori beaches? You know what I mean? So the very idea of having foreigners in there is wrong. So that amendment should be struck off. Leave it the way it is.
Yes, the Honorable Millie Mabona.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, maybe just to inform Honorable Farah.
The Honorable Mishi Mboko, after Millie, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to inform Honorable Farah that actually in my constituency, we have many foreigners, including Somalis who are not Kenyan Somalis. We have Kenyan Somalis, but we also have non-Kenyan Somalis. But we also have, there was a point in Ringiti Island, the person who was almost in charge of the island is a lady called Annette from Uganda. She's since gone back to Uganda. But what's happening, Chair, is because of the loose nature of management, there have been no clear regulation. But having said that, Chair, what I'm proposing is the language that Karoli is suggesting, which is, or other officially recognized form of identification for non-citizens. I mean for citizens of other countries, not non-citizens. So using the constitutional language, so that we are not, for Kenyans, we use the identification ID card, but for citizens of other countries who are in Kenya and who are fishing legally, actually the highest number of investors in fishing in my constituency is Somali from Kenya and Somali from out, and also...
Yes, the Honorable Farah Malim.
There is no Somali from Somalia doing fishing. I've been to your place there. All those Somalis you see there are Kenyan Somalis. And there's no way a foreigner can come in there and do fishing and become a member of a beach management unit when the legal status of the person itself is not there. But the person has got to have a legal status. The legal status is staying in this country is either you are a citizen, or you are on a residence permit, or you are on a work permit. You get my point? And nobody is going to get a work permit because he's a member of a beach management unit. Inform me.
Yes, Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, there are foreigners in our country who are doing legal fishing. They have been licensed to fish. But as a part of social corporate responsibility, there is about BMUs. There is about, because the BMUs, because before this bill, BMUs, they were not anywhere. They were just on their own. There is about BMUs because the BMUs nearby. And these BMUs, what they do sometimes, they co-opt them as a member, because so that when they are having their meetings, they co-opt them because they help them with repairing of their boats and those kind of things. So, by so doing, that's why we are saying, if, for instance, start foreign national, and he's part of, he's co-opted.
Chairperson, are you going on record? No. Are you going on record as saying Kenya licenses foreigners to do fishing in our waters.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, the Honorable Millie conclude.
Yes, Chair. I was actually, before Honorable Father raised the point of order, I was actually going to say we have nothing against foreigners, actually, whether they are Somalis from Somali, Chinese. Right now, the highest number of investors actually are Somalis from Kenya, in my constituency. No, I'm not stopping at that, because we even have Chinese, and there is a possibility of Somalis from outside, because there are Somalis who don't speak Swahili. Those are not Somalis from Kenya. But we don't discriminate, we welcome them. Chair, can you please indulge me by listening? This amendment is not about leadership in the BMUs. I had actually explained that the challenge that we face is just what Honorable Farah is saying. We have people who stay in those beach management units. If you go to a place like Litare Beach, during the day you think there are no people, but there are thousands of people who live there. But when they come out, because there is no record, even if somebody died, we don't know where to take them because we have no record. I've given an example of somebody who died in Ringiti Island. We took the old man to Rangwe. We didn't know who he is. So we need this record. But no, it's you who can move, because now you are the one moving this amendment. Caroli, please, if you can give the word from the Constitution.
Yes, so
Yes.
honorable members, order honorable members. Order honorable members. Just for direction before Honorable Mishimboko has her last comment on this clause. This is what the clause is dealing with. Let me just read it for clarity so that we relate what we are commenting on to the clause. It says, the Cabinet Secretary may, for purposes of ensuring structured community participation in fisheries management, make regulations for the management of beach management units established by the county governments. And then in subclause 2, it specifies issues among which the regulations contemplated may relate to. Just that. So could you make comments aware that this is not about, properly speaking, this is not about what I see on the side note as establishment of the beach management units, but a regulation-making authority in the Cabinet Secretary concerned. Yes, the Honorable Mishimboko.
Asante, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni vizuri sana umetufafanulia, na niseme nimeunga mkono mageuzi haya madogo ambayo yameletwa na mwenyekiti wa kamati husika, na niseme ya kwamba ni kweli hata tukiangalia kule kwetu Pwani kama sehemu ya Msembweni pale ambapo kunaitwa Gasi, pale kuna BMU, na unaona utapata kuna wavuvi wengi ambao wanatoka katika nchi jirani kutoka Tanzania, wale ambao tunawaita Wapemba. Vile vile pia kwa Mheshimiwa Owen kule kwa Kilifi, kuna wavuvi wengi ambao wako pale na wametoka sehemu ya Tanzania wanaitwa Wapemba na wako pale, na kuweza kujua na kupata stakabadhi zao na kujua wale ambao wana uraia na wale ambao hawana uraia wa Kenya ni muhimu sana. Kwa hivyo mimi ningesema haya mambo yapo na tumeyaona kila sehemu. Kuna wavuvi ambao ni raia wa Kenya na kuna wale ambao si raia wa Kenya, na haswa kama kule Gasi, wavuvi ambao pia wanasaidia hao wavuvi wetu, kwa sababu wako na zile boti kubwa kubwa ambazo zinaweza kuvua samaki wengi, na wako na vifaa vile vya kisasa. Ni wavuvi ambao wanatoka nchini Tanzania wa jamii ya Kipemba. Kwa hivyo wanaunga mkono yale mageuzi ya Mheshimiwa mwenyekiti.
Yes, the Honorable Farah Malim, lastly.
Chair, we are legislating. We are legislating for generations to come. You allow Chinese and other foreigners to come and be part of our beach management units?
Yeah.
This order, these are commercial people who are coming. They can have a corporate social responsibility with a beach management unit. They can even be invited to those meetings because these are big buyers of our fish. But you cannot put them into the policy making and the management of our beaches and be part of the beach management units. So essentially, the issue of foreigners, I do understand what Milli's concerns are. Millie is concerned that people come from, I haven't come from Garissa, but they will probably come from somewhere in Ganze. They stay in that place, they marry a Luo lady, and you never know when the person dies because you do not have anything to indicate where he came from. You have no problem. You have a problem taking him to his home area. Okay, the home area, that's when the ID cards are going to express that. You can see in the ID card his home area. So maintain the, oh no, can I just finish? You can maintain the ID cards, but to have foreigners being part of a beach management unit, this is the smallest unit. Very soon you'll be saying, we want people also to be involved in the roasting of maize, the management of that, and you will get Chinese coming in there. In any case, we cannot afford to give such a thing to people who are, you know what I'm talking about.
Honorable members, let me guide. No, just take your seat. Just take your seat. You know, clause 36, if you look at the side notes, was supposed to establish beach management units and to empower the cabinet secretary to make regulations for their administration, and maybe mention a brief of the matters that will go to those regulations. Now, as drawn here, it did not establish the beach management units. And so the amendments by the chair, number one, are establishing the beach management units. If you look at is it the amendment proposed by the chair at clause 36B1A, you see the beach management units being established. Then the chair, in addition to cleaning up to ensure we have women and children, not just women, and to integrate persons with disabilities, is talking about a proposal to have a record of members and residents of the beach management unit showing the national identification numbers or other officially recognized form of identification. Now, it concludes by for foreigners. Honorable Farah is saying for foreigners ought to be deleted chair. And Honorable Farah is saying that is so because work permits are only given for foreigners to be in the country to do things Kenyans cannot do. And without debating, I think Honorable Farah is right. And so Honorable Farah is saying you end your amendment at Roman 3 at identification, delete for foreigners. I have not given you the mic. You are granted.
Thank you.
The mic.
You see, Chair, why do we have beach management unit? Because we want to regulate, we want to manage the fishing, we want to manage many things. Now, foreigners come. If and when they do not belong to a beach management unit, they do their own things and actually spoil the environment because they're not bound by the rules of that beach management unit. For them to register, it means they are actually registering to agree to the terms of fishing within the community of fishermen in that area. Now, I want to give you an example. And Chair here will bear with me. I have some of the very strong BMUs in my place. So we have Kenyan Pemba, and I want to correct to add what Kenyan Pemba community, who actually belong to that beach management unit. And therefore, everything they do is regulated by the beach management because they manage the beach and manage everything. What net you will use, what boat you will use, the time to go for fishing, how you clean, how you sell, all those kind of things are regulated. Then you have Pembas from Tanzania who are actually given license to come and fish. But when they come, they refuse to belong to the beach management unit or to operate under the beach management unit of that location. So what do? They use whatever net they want. They bring fish and sell the way they want. They do all manner of things. And because they do not belong to the beach management unit, the beach management unit leadership cannot enforce the rules. So my proposal is that every foreigner who comes to fish within the waters of Kenya must be registered within the beach management unit and actually ensure that they abide by the rules of the beach management unit. And that is why we are saying foreigners must also register for that beach management unit. If they are Chinese, when they come to Malindi, because there are very many in Malindi fishing in the high waters, when they come, you know what they do? They pick eggs, they pick small fish, they pick everything and destroy everything there. And they go to high seas and say, you know, we don't belong to your beach management unit, so you cannot impose rules on us. Foreigners must be registered within the beach and must operate under the rules of the beach management unit of that area.
Honorable Owen, this provision, you know, members, I'm only doing this because we are in the committee of the whole. This provision does not talk about registration of foreigners. It says the beach management unit shall keep a record of members and residents of the beach management unit, showing the national identification numbers or other officially recognized form of identification for foreigners, a record of members and residents. And so the question that Honorable Farah was asking is, should foreigners be members of the beach management units in Kenya, or we should have beach management units of Kenyans setting regulations and standards to be abided by everybody, whether you are a foreigner or local, and enforcing the standards? Yes.
What I'm saying, we're not far apart. We have exclusive economic zone that is 200 nautical miles. Exclusive economic zone. We have national territorial waters that are 12 miles. That is, we cannot stop navigation in the exclusive economic zones, but we cannot allow somebody else to come and take advantage of the economy. The wealth that's there belongs to us. So when the Chinese come, it is upon the government of Kenya, through the Coast Guard, through the Navy, through the police, to arrest them, take them to court, confiscate their catch, as well as confiscate their... Can I explain it? Can I explain it? Can I explain it? So in other words, you're saying, in other words, what the Deputy Majority Leader is saying, these people steal our things, let us include them in here so that they cannot steal and we register them. No, hang on. That's tantamount to say...
Honorable Farah Malim has the mic. Yes, you have the mic.
Yes, that is tantamount to say... Millie, wait, you'll inform me. That is tantamount to saying, because there are robbers in Nairobi who are difficult to catch, let us co-opt some of the robbers into the police force so that they can register them. You get my point? They can register them and deter them from robbing because they are robbers inside.
Yes.
In other words, you're saying the only way we can save ourselves from the pillaging and the exploitation being done by the Chinese is let's have them in the inside. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. And then Owen is running away. Why are you running away, Owen? No, you're not making sense, Owen. Owen, you want to sell your own national sovereignty to Chinese, Owen, please. Something is wrong with you. Yes.
Yes, Honorable Millie Odhiambo. This will be the last, then we put the matter to decision.
Chair, I think in many ways we're actually raising valid concerns. I'm listening to the members, and what Honorable Farah is actually saying is actually 3/4 of this bill. This 3/4 of this bill, that's why I was saying it's even very ocean focused. And it talks about people who are fishing in those high seas, even right of, what do you call it, when you purchase people who have gone...
hot pursuit.
Yeah, hot pursuit, right of hot pursuit. All that is in this bill. It's actually 3/4 of this bill. So that is actually provided. However, what we were actually looking for here, the mischief we are trying to cure, It's not even these investors who come to invest and everything, but we are saying when you have a beach management unit, which is a very clear one, I've been mentioning so many here. I'm mentioning Ringiti, Remba, Kiumba, etc., etc. They are very specific beach management gazetted, and they are gazetted. There are residents, people who live there, and they are also leadership of those BMUs. We even know them by name, and they have a structure. As we've been talking here, I've been consulting my chairman for the constituency, Mr. Oremo. They are very clear structures. I have a woman, Irene.
Oremo is actually for the Homa Bay.
For the Homa Bay. Sorry, for Homa Bay, not for... Pardon? Yes, it's called Farao, for the Homa Bay. And I have, even for my constituencies, a woman, Irene. They are doing an amazing job. But the issue is, and the challenges that they sometimes face, is that within those management units, because of the way fishing is actually nomadic, which people don't know. Fishing is nomadic by nature. The same, yeah, it's migratory. People come, yeah? People come today, 2 weeks later, like we are dealing now with many IDs of people we don't know. They come, they even issue the IDs, they have gone. We don't know who they are. But some of them come and commit crimes. We can't trace them, we don't know who they are. Some of them die. We can't take them home, we don't know who they are. So most of the BMU leadership have asked, can we find a law that says we need to know who is around us? Most of them are called Baba Bobby, Toto, Siji what, Baba Junior. Who is Baba Junior? We need to know you by name. Who are you? Where do you come from? If you die, we want to take you home. So it's not really about foreigners. So one of the ways, Chair, that we deal with is either to delete the issue of for foreigners or to use the word that Karoli was suggesting. So me, I would encourage the Chair, just delete for foreigners. Because we are not focusing on foreigners on this one. The foreigners are very heavily covered. The big industrial whatever are covered. 3/4 of this bill is about them.
Yes, Honorable Farah.
I think we are getting somewhere. The beach management unit itself must keep record of all the people who operate there. Yeah. All the people, the ID cards,
whether they are citizens.
Whether they are citizens or not, they must keep that, because that way you can even know whether these people...
Then that is catered for in the provision. Yes. Honorable members, I therefore do now put the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed.
Yes, as amended, further amended, Honorable Chair. Yes, to delete for foreigners.
But it means also understand that if you move it that way, you will not keep a record of residents who are foreigners. So, because all residents includes citizens and non-citizens.
Yes.
Yes. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 36 of the bill be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the relevant committee. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 36 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable, that is Honorable Nabuin. You want to say something to clause 36?
Chair, allow me to say something. You know, you rightly put it that once we omit the word foreign, we will only be collecting information for nationals. Yes. Exactly. That's what you are ruling.
No. No.
Allow us to
honorable member, number one, it is penned. Number two, the clause as amended will read a record of members and residents of the beach management unit showing the national identification numbers or other officially recognized form of identification. That is how it will read.
Now,
residents include citizens and non-citizens. So it will include your concern. Let us move forward. Honorable members. No, Chairperson, let us make progress.
Clause 37.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there being no amendments, I put the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 38.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 38 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 38 be amended as per the order paper and the amendment 6 to provide for declaration of a designated fisheries to be by the Cabinet Secretary, which is in line with the role of the Cabinet Secretary in declaration of designated fisheries in other provisions of this Act.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 38 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Yes, you have an amendment. If the amendment by the chairperson is carried, Honorable Millie, your amendments in terms of subclause 3, 4, and 5 will fall. You will remain with amendments in terms of subclause 1 and the new subclauses 8, J, and K.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, again, I want to thank the chairman of the committee because they have adopted my proposed amendments. Again, they have provided for designated areas for cage fishing and artisanal fishers so that you don't just have people just putting cages anywhere and everywhere. The only one I don't agree with them, but in the spirit of give and take and let go, is I was actually giving the authority to the counties, but they've given it back to the Cabinet Secretary. In the spirit of give and take, and I think the committee has done very well, I'll let it go. So I withdraw my amendment.
Yes, honorable members, I therefore put the question at clause 38 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, let me reiterate. I put the question that clause 38 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Honorable members, the ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 38 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 39.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 39 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 39 be amended as per the order paper and the imposition of fisheries management measures may affect the functions of the county governments. Hence, the amendment seeks to provide a consultation of county governments before imposition of the same and provides for a mandatory fisheries management measures, including the imposition of closed seasons.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 39 be amended as proposed. Again, in terms of guidance, this amendment, if carried, will cause the amendments being proposed by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo to fall. Because it incorporates them. Give the mic to Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wish to support this amendment, even though I was saying one of the things they didn't provide was the local communities or the BMUs in the consultation. And the reason why I'm saying that is when you provide for closed season, sometimes it's provided at very inappropriate time, when there is hunger and yet there is no subsidy from the government, when there is need for school fees. So sometimes it creates a crisis, even though I'm really thankful that for the longest we've not had that. But even as we are trying to balance conservation efforts and dwindling stock, we must also think of innovative ways to cushion the artisanal fishers. Because I remember when I came into this parliament and we used to have those closed seasons, there would be a time when you put your entire salary to dealing with the challenges the fish are facing. And so I wish to support that. And I also noticed, there was one other thing I've noticed. I think that's just the one that I've noticed was not included, but otherwise I support the amendment it has taken into concern, so that it reduces the conflict that we have been seeing. The different types of fishing, we are saying that there are some things which we have been doing informally, especially in my constituency. We designate times for MENA fishing, Nile perch fishing. We did an informal thing, and it was very costly because I was sponsoring it from my own pocket. It's not possible. I am just a human being. I'm not a government, even though I'll be government in 2032. So I don't want to be given burdens before my time, Chairman. I want to be allowed to be president at the right time, which is 2032. In 2032. So I'm saying I am being given the burdens before my time for presidency, which is 2032. But right now, Karoli will be my chief campaigner. No, he will be my chief campaigner. You will be the deputy president if you speak nicely. But the way you are speaking, I might change my mind. So, Chair, I'm agreeing with them that what we are actually looking for is a regulation, so that we know the fights that we've had between Omena and Nile perch and tilapia fishers. Can we find a better way of regulating them, so that I'm not the one being called by Irene in the middle of the night or Oremo in the middle of the night to sort out those issues? I'm forced to call security meetings with the security team in Suba North, pay for that. I give them money for fuel to do monitoring. That should be government work, Chair. That should be government
Honorable
work.
Millie.
Yes.
Because you are an expert in this area, if you look at the bill in terms of clause 39(1), C to K, Kinley, C, from C to K. You see those sub-clauses? I want to request that Honorable TJ Kajwang be given the bill. Do we then need A and B, if you know what has been happening around the matters being prescribed under A and B?
Mr. Chair, I am fully cognizant and following the debate.
I've granted Millie still. Honorable Kajwang, you know this is disturbing operations by fishermen, especially in your constituency, a lot. Where for corrupt practices, a person says, no fishing of which species where. A person comes and says, this season you are not fishing, when actually people who have the right gear are fishing to take their children to school. So when you have what I see as C going to K, why would you support A and B? Honorable Millie, make your comments. I want to put the question.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, actually the fishing sector puts, as a conservationist, you know that like you, I did also environmental law. So as a conservationist, and as a person who is also concerned with livelihoods, we need to ensure that our stocks are regenerated. You know, right now, we have some old fish that have disappeared completely, like the mud fish and all that, Mumi and, TJ, remind me. Yeah, the fish that have disappeared, Mumi. Those ones, mud fish. But, Chair, what is happening is they have actually dwindled because one of introduction of the Nile perch that ate up the old whatever varieties, but also because of overfishing and use of illegal gear. The tragedy though, Chair, is that people do that because of poverty. I was sharing earlier at a meeting today a case that, and with your indulgence, I'll just share it in 1 minute. A young boy from Kasgunga that was educated from Form 1 to university using CDF and was killed together with the father while fishing. And you go by a hippopotamus. And you go to the home and you see how terrible the situation is. And Chair, you'll find that it's poverty that takes people to that kind of situation. So I am actually proposing later on amendment which I'm going to encourage the chair of the committee to support, which is the welfare of fishers. And that's why I was even saying include the artisanal fishers in the fund. So that even when we are dealing with conservation, how do we protect our fishermen? We cannot have closed season when people have no food. The same way sometimes we see some parts of the country are getting relief food. They get relief food when crops are failed. They get relief food when crops are failed. As when you close the lake, that is our food. Give us relief food so that you close. Don't just close the lake without relief food. When you are closing the lake, give us relief food.
The Honorable TJ
But don't
Kajwang.
close without relief food.
The Honorable TJ Kajwang. And I'm requesting Honorable TJ Kajwang to comment on A and B, because Honorable Milia told us, Honorable Kajwang, that fish is very migratory. So while you have a season for no fishing in Lake Victoria, for instance, what have we ensured that on the Uganda side, they have also a closed season, so that they are not fishing as we avoid fishing this side? Otherwise, you are starving Kenyans when other people sharing the lake resource are fishing anyway.
Chair, the first comment I want to make, a general comment, is the design and the textual approach in this bill, and especially in the new clauses and in the clauses that we are having. I want the chair to listen to me.
I'm all ears.
Well, yes, chair, you are listening, but I needed the chair of committee, because this goes to, if member for Suba South would release the chair.
The chair of the committee.
Yes, yeah. The approach in drafting.
Honorable Kajwang seeks your indulgence.
The drafting approach. The drafting approach in your new clauses, which are coming from the committee, you seem to be putting a lot of words. Too many words that you leave a clause, meaning 2 or 3 or 4 different things. So, like, for example, we are discussing now clause 39, and you are making almost a prose, like literature. I think your officers who are behind you should take this note so that they are crisp and we know the law is clear and certain what we are talking about. And but now the Director General here, in accordance to best scientific advice, in consultation with the county governments, and after public participation, of course they must do public participation by law. There is a law like that. You don't have to repeat it here. And then by notice in the Gazette, impose, amongst others, measures for the conservation and management by any fishery, including those. And I think you have had the train of thought from the chair that if you leave the way I am seeing A, B, and C, drafted, then you put an unfair balance from fisheries that we have here in Kenya. Because when you are, the way it was drafted before is more strict and is more to the point, because it is a direct prohibition from fishing areas which are designated and methods of fishing. So this is an issue which is very delicate, and very people, as a nation, we are very concerned that Kenya must introduce fishing standards and fishing methods which would end up in conserving our fish. So, Mr. Chairman, you perhaps would consider leaving the amendments, in my view, the way it was in the original text. Because the original text seems to be very clear and very detailed. But when you do them the way I am seeing in this proposed amendments, then you are ambiguous. The text is ambiguous. Mr. Chair, the chair of the committee, that is seemingly the problem in many of the texts that we are receiving. The legislation is verbose, and therefore we lose the crispness of the intention of what we are looking at. Thank you. Yeah.
When you have this too. Yes, the honorable member is recognized. Is that Honorable Nanok? Yes, Honorable. Nabuin?
Emathe Namwar.
Namwar.
Yes.
Yes.
Or you can call me Manwar.
Sorry, you know your names as Manwar is if
Chair,
you are Luo.
Chair, I want to thank the drafters of this, or of this amendment. I take cognizant of 39C. There is a FA somewhere there. Chair, when it says designate specific areas and times for fishing, or what others are calling the closed season. Chair, I need to be helped here. I don't know, I'm making some lobbying in one way or another. Because when you get to Lake Turkana has Central Highland and the South Highland. And the Sibiloi National Park. All these are designated as national parks. The reason as to why fish die of old age in Lake Turkana is because there are these designated protected areas, seemingly called national parks, when there is literally nothing on those islands. So it has turned out to be like marine parks. And there's been a lot of conflict between fishermen and KWS all the time. And what we have been asking KWS is, where does your boundary extend up to? And when can you even allow us to do fishing? Because most of the fish get into these protected areas, maybe because there is no fishing that takes place or the waters remain undisturbed in those areas. Like right now, there's a lot of hunger. And the fishermen have moved to the areas close to Sibiloi. Some have been killed by KWS, their gear confiscated. And when this comes in, Sibiloi does not have wild animals. They have all come back to marine. And they have, and I think that's why they stay doing there, because the park called Sibiloi does not have wild animals. So now, when fishermen get there, like now a whole island called Longage, which has actually been submerged, partially submerged by the rising waters of Lake Turkana. Everyone there has moved to that area. Now, when we talk about designate specific areas and times for fishing, all closed season, what are we communicating to my people doing fishing in those areas? Thank you, Chair.
Lastly, the Honorable Chair.
We make this clarification, Chair, very
Then
clear.
we make progress.
And then we make a progress. And I want to read the substantive bill. Clause 39(1). The Director General may, in accordance with the best scientific advice and such other relevant information as may be available, with the approval of the Cabinet Secretary and by notice or a notice in the Gazette, imposes inter alia any of the following measures for conservation. Honorable Chair, if you, as it is, there is no consultation of county government, there is no community public participation. What the committee has done is the amendment which we have brought, Honorable Chair, and we are saying the Director General shall, in accordance with the best scientific advice and such other relevant information as may be available, with the approval of the Cabinet Secretary and in consultation with the county government and after public participation by notice of a cassette imposed among others. Now what we have given. So we are just saying the Cabinet Secretary and the DG, they cannot just sit and cassette. They must consult the county government and also do the community public participation before cassetting those closed zones. That is the input of this amendment, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, you've made your clarification. Honorable members, I want us to now make progress. Yes, Honorable Farah Malim. Honorable members, you know,
Chair,
we are past second reading.
Chair, I've seen two places where I heard of one in lots of ways and seen one by myself, where fish die of old age. One is Somalia, Mogadishu. I was in Mogadishu. They have got the longest coastline in Africa, and they don't eat fish, so they die of old age. I think we should have so many of our Kenyans working in that place so that they can enjoy the fish there. And the other one is Turkana. The Honorable Chair and the MP Nanok. Namwar. I am talking about Turkana. Turkana. And I can say a few words, a joke. It's not parliamentary language, but in Turkana, in Sibiloi area, the fish die of old age. We must have a provision in this act, an amendment, and the chair must come with that amendment, that allows the people of Turkana who die of hunger a regulated, limited way in which they can be allowed to fish in those areas. Regulated, I say regulated. Not for them to become, basically be seen as criminals all the time and have running battles with KWS, because they're actually going into the place and risking their lives, because otherwise they would not feed their children. And when they go in there, sometimes they get killed by the rangers. So we must have a regulated, a way, even in wildlife, there's something called culling. There's something called culling, which means if there are too many elephants, sometimes you do a bit of culling, basically to be used again to promote that same sector, but so that you don't have an overpopulation.
These ones are very direct.
But we need, Chairman, you must propose an amendment to allow the people of Turkana to go into Sibiloi and other environs to do limited, regulated, controlled fishing. That's my point.
Yes, the Honorable Owen Baya.
No, after I speak, I just want to pick up from something that Millie had spoken about. And Honorable Chair, this is very important. As these regulations kick in, and Cabinet Secretary and DG can decide you don't fish from this area because fish have reduced or have been depleted, or you want to encourage, the breeding and all that. Secondly, there's another aspect. In course, there's some aspect called kusi.
Honorable Owen Baya.
Yes. I am coming to something.
Do you have the bill?
Yes, I have.
Do you have the bill?
Yes, this one.
Look at clause 39.
Yes.
Subclause 1 is being amended as the introduction.
Yes.
Look at clause C, D, and E. And I want all members to...
On the amendment?
Especially E.
On the amendment?
Yes. The question I hear members, including Honorable T.J. Kajwang and Honorable Karoli, to be asking is that if you have C, D, E, especially E, do you need then to have A and B? Talking about closed seasons
I was actually coming
and
to that.
prohibiting fishing areas. When in E, for instance, you are being told you can prescribe, impose limitations on the amount, size, age, and other characteristics and species or composition of species of fish that may be caught, landed, or traded. D is limitation on the types, and or number of fishing vessels permitted.
Also,
C is limitation on the types of gear, including mesh sizes of nets that may be used. So
look also
so
at
that
FA.
across the seasons.
Yes, I also want you to look at FA. What does it say? FA and FB. Almost the same things. There is not overarching, there's a name. Over legislation.
Correct. No, the issue is
over-regulation.
If you have all these,
yes,
do you still need A and B?
Over-regulation. I think the chair needs to relook at this. Probably we can recommend
Or rather,
this.
ask differently, chair of the committee.
Yes.
If you can regulate the size of nets,
yes,
so that you pick specific sizes, specific amounts, specific species, like when you have omena nets, it is omena nets you can regulate. If you have nets which are catching tilapia or mbuta,
yes,
you do so, if I were to call it so.
Yes.
Why do you need to have closed seasons? Why do you need to prohibit fishing in areas again?
I want to come to that, Chair. Chair. No, the chair is saying the right things, but there is there's something, I don't know, Rueda will bear with me. There's something called tengefu. You heard about something called tengefu. Tengefu is a Swahili word to mean an area that has been excluded from fishing. It's called tengefu. A breeding area, or whatever it is. So, this matter came into my attention when KWS and Minister of Fisheries came and say, from Narani up to Watamu, you can't fish in that area. It is tengefu. And we had a lot of arguments and said, the sea regulates itself, the ecosystems regulate themselves, and therefore you cannot stop us from doing all that. And there was a lot of scientific information about why we should allow tengefu. Now, what we are doing here in this law, we are actually introducing tengefu through the back door. Here. We are actually regulating through direct. But you see, through a lot of English, we are actually doing the same thing. And I want to tell the chair, this thing was rejected in Kilifi. Yes, even Lamu. The sea has its own way of rejuvenating itself. But scientists will bring you a lot of theories about why, you don't fish in this area, you fish in this area next year. Then next year you go to the other area. But we are telling them that ecosystems, just like the forest and all that, they have a way. If you kill one elephant here, another one is born on the other side. We have a way. But we are actually reintroducing a chair.
Honorable members, because of time, I want to put the question on the amendment. Honorable Zubeida, in a minute. Rueda, sorry.
Bwana Mwenyekiti, hii sheria ambayo iko sahihi ni mbaya zaidi ya ile kamati imerekebisha. Lakini sheria hii ya kamati ina afadhali kidogo kwa sababu wameweka hiyo public participation, wameweka mambo ya county government, kidogo haijambo. Lakini hii sheria ni mbaya. Hii sheria ni ugandamizaji wa hali ya juu. Hii sheria ni unyanyapazi. Hii sheria ni ya wazungu, si ya kwetu hii sheria. Hii sheria wamechukua tu kwa wazungu kule, vifaa vao ni tofauti kuja kuleta kwetu. Wewe umwambie mtu akiunga atoke pale, kama kuna area hapo imefungwa kwa muda mrefu, wasivue samaki hapo, wanaenda huko. Na kiunga tu Somalia ni 5 nautical mile. Mvuvi wetu haruhusiwi kuvua huku, imefungwa. Yule samaki anaenda kuvuliwa Somalia na watu wetu wanaenda na maboti usiku na mchana. Ukienda pale Mokoe, maboti mengi kutoka Somalia yako pale, wameenda kuvua kule, sisi tunanunua samaki wa kutoka Somalia. Hii sheria inafaa kufutwa kabisa. Hii sheria haifai. Hii sheria ni ya UK. Msichukue tu vitu vya UK mkaja mkabandika huku. Hii sheria hakuna kuibembeleza, ni kufuta. Hiyo A, B and C zote zifutwe.
Asante Mheshimiwa Rueda Obo. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 39 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 39 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes, so what do I do? Mover, please move progress.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House and its considerations on Fisheries Management and Development Bill, the National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023, to clause 39 and its approval thereof with amendments, and still leave to sit again, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the committee to report to the House its consideration of the Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023, up to clause 39, and its approval thereof with amendments, and seek leave to sit again. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Chairperson to report to the House.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report to the committee that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023, up to the provision relating to 39, and approve the same with amendments, and seek leave to sit again.
The Honorable mover of the bill. Move agreement to the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and also request the Honorable, the Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable Owen Bayer, to second.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I can't put the question and I can't propose the question because we are out of time. Honorable members, please keep standing. Where is the, honorable members, the time being 7:03 p.m. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 24th of June at 9:30 a.m.